Thank you, Homer. Nice to meet you. I'm in Jacksonville, so. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live here in a couple of minutes. I just wanted to do a real quick reminder. You'll hear my official introduction and all of that stuff. My name is John Henry Spann. This is Chris Engel. He's the man. We're going to be talking a whole lot. You're going to get sick of our voices, and that's going to be great. But I want to remind everybody that today you guys are a part of the show, right? And what that means is, right, it's live, right? You're going to be on camera. We're going to be panning across you guys, but we also want you guys to interact a little bit. You've all seen these before, right? It's exciting stuff. We're going to practice here in a second, but what I want to remind everybody is that everything that you think is cheesy or campy, 9 times out of 10, it's actually wholesome and beautiful and good, and we're just jaded and cynical because we live in the modern world. So when you see the applause, applaud. Make a fool out of yourself. It's going to be great. Cheer and clap and all of that stuff. Camera on, that just means that we're rolling. That means that we're live. I'll throw that up in the beginning, right? We've got applause. We've got silence, right? Silence that is pretty self-explanatory. And then we have crowd assist. This is the only one that might need a little bit of explanation. In essence, what that means is start shouting out suggestions, right? If I say, hey, we're having some trouble over at chair 4 trying to figure out how tech jargony insert here, right? You guys feel free to start hollering, to start becoming a part of it in that moment, right? It's really important that we're all in this together and that we're doing it. Now, we're gonna practice. Are you ready, Chris?
I'm ready.
For practice?
Let's go.
All right. And once again, I just said to Chris, I wish that we had a shock and horror one, like a shock and horror option. I think that'd be fun. But we don't, and that's okay. All right. So in a minute, I'm going to do this for real, and that's going to mean camera is on, right? And then we're going to start by getting amped up. Now, when I pull up applause, please make an idiot out of yourself. Nobody cares, right? It doesn't matter, right? Nobody's going to judge you for this. Cheer and shout and all of that stuff. So we're going to start with silence. Let's practice silence. You guys are good. You guys are good. Now this one's going to be harder. Yeah! Woo! BuildWithChrist.ai, baby. Excellent. Excellent. All right. This is going to be like Simon Says. I'm not going to tell you which one's going to happen. All right? Yeah, baby, all day,
Let's go.
exactly. Right, the whole vibe is sports, announcing whatever, right, Super Bowl, 50 some odd number, right, meets intimate talk show where we all love each other, because we do all love each other, right? We're all brothers and sisters in Christ, praise be to God. Let's practice silence. Very good, you're excellent at that. All right, now we're going to practice crowd assist. All right, crowd assist. Yeah! Everybody loves crowd assist. I appreciate that. Right? Now, let's say, all right, here we go. We're going to practice crowd assist. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O, and on that farm he had a chicken, pig, what else? Yeah, horses, cows. That's very exciting. Yes! Yes, all day long.
Let's go.
Fantastic, guys. Y'all are pros. This is going to be a lot of fun. They're working out techno whatever or another back there. And then we're going to go live here in a couple of minutes. We'll give you a heads up when that happens, and then we'll applaud. All right, very good. Y'all are wonderful. Thank you for being here. We'll let you know as soon as the cameras start rolling. This is super great. Really happy to be here.
John Henry can't see you. Okay.
Just a heads up, ladies and gentlemen, we're not live yet, but the check-in process is now working. So if you haven't done so already, please go through the Build with Christ AI website, and you can check in through there, right? We just want to make sure that we got everybody here. Sorry about the frustration and confusion, but it's working now. And we really appreciate everybody's patience. Once again, this is fun. There's some beautiful irony to all the tech issues that are leading in the beginning. Like all things, I joke a lot that when I was growing up, I went to a little bitty Catholic church down in South Georgia, and there was this group of Vietnamese ladies there. They were all like 90 years old, and they all went to mass together. They had a little row, and they would explain how everything was demonic, right? And the older I get, the more I realize that those little Vietnamese ladies were right about everything. It was demonic. And so when we have tech issues, it's the devil. This is going to be really phenomenal. It's going to be amazing. And the enemy doesn't want it to work. So thank you for being patient. Make sure you get checked in. We'll be right back.
Our live stream is going to start in about 5 minutes, but you have an important job to do right now. You ready? Thing, text, put on social media to all your friends that the live stream is about to start. Make sure everybody knows about it. This is your job for the next 5 minutes. Can we do it? Come on, can we do it or not? Let's go. All right, we'll be back in a second.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'm up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, T-minus about 20 seconds right now. We're about to get started. Everybody get excited. Thanks again for your patience. We're about to begin our Build with Christ AI. It's going to be fantastic.
Yes. Can I get a quick check on the energy in this room? When I say,
Thank you.
here we go. When I say build with, you yell what?
Ooh. I like it. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to our first ever Build with Christ AI event. Super pumped to be here. Builders, welcome. We're excited to have you. We're going to be doing something unusual today. We're going to be trying to build real tools in real time that actually help real people. That is the idea. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited. What do you think, Chris?
I'm super excited, John Henry. So glad to be here. How about you, Claire?
I couldn't be more thrilled. I get to be with these great guys, all of you. We're going to have a great day.
Absolutely. The goal is simple. Real people show how AI can strengthen human relationships and help people serve others better.
No, absolutely. I think it's going to be a great day. There's a lot of good energy here.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go over some of our rules and how we're going to do this today. We've got some fun games, some toys, some tools to get it interactive, get you guys involved. We've got some light up batons, okay? So if you raise a green baton, that means that a discovery's happened. Someone's learned something really cool. They've made a discovery. They've made a breakthrough. And we're going to go bring some attention and I'll find out what they worked out. If they raise a red baton, that means they need some help and we're all going to work together. And we're going to help them get past that block.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we are all in this together. That is the idea, right? I was talking before we started about sort of the Great British Bake Off analogy to everything that's going to be happening in here today. That being said, it's not a competition, right? We're trying to work together to build something. We're going to get a little into the charity that we're primarily supporting today. But at the end of the day, all of this is about helping people.
All right.
All right, I think we're about to do some intros here for a second. I think we got some pretty great graphics that I saw earlier. Let's go through and meet all of our builders today. So starting off, we have the one and the only Michael Cahill. Let's get it, Mr. Cahill. There he is. Check him out. That's what I was looking for.
There it is.
Michael is starting as a developer. He's in Ackworth, Georgia. Special skills include fixing bugs, building apps, and occasionally breaking production. Michael is, we're going to go with about 6'5", 250 pounds of solid muscle. He's going to need that today on this build.
Breaking production. That sounds like a lot of fun, Michael. Next up is Charlotte Kinraid. Charlotte, of course, is an assistant professor of psychology at Kennesaw State University. Her research focuses on personality and the subjective logic underlying seemingly dysfunctional behaviors. One more round of applause for Charlotte Kinraid.
All right, and next up, we've got Coach Tom over here. Tom Knight, big shout out. He is here as an AI software engineer and entrepreneur with an incredible track record. We're really excited to see what you come up with, Tom.
Got the hat too. Looks good doing it.
Next up, we have Raina Lingle. Raina Lingle. Woo, woo. Our good friend Raina is here. She is the chair for the Career Transition Ministry at St. Thomas Aquinas. She also leads a team who presents the AI-powered job search workshop at Roswell United Methodist Church. She is seeking a role in AI safety research. One more time for Raina Lingle.
All right, next up we have Patrick Hamblin. Patrick is a graduate of the University of Georgia, a Catholic and avid golfer. interested in pursuing entrepreneurial ventures at the intersection of faith, health, wellness, and of course, AI. Happy to have you here, Patrick.
Welcome, Patrick. After Patrick, we have Drashti Parmar. Drashti is an assistant project manager at Georgia Department of Transportation. She's also worked as machine learning engineer and data scientist and had masters of computer science, seeking a role in AI. Welcome, Drashti.
Next up, we didn't forget about you. It's Jake Shira. Jake is a product leader currently focused on solving a key challenge in the healthcare field. Prior authorization. That's a word some people know what it means. I don't, but I'm excited about learning more. Today, Patrick is pretending to be a developer, right? Thanks to his pal Claude. Really good to have you here.
So glad you brought your pal along with you. Next up, speaking of pals, is Rylan Kelly. Where's Rylan? Come on, stand up, Rylan. Great to have you here. Rylan is a social dancer, communicator, and he loves to learn. He's in the construction industry, handling business development. He's a creative thinker, aiming to solve problems of all shapes and sizes. We're so glad to have you here, Rylan. Welcome.
All right, next up is Patrick Rice. Looking good, Patrick Rice. Where's Mr. Rice on here? I've lost him. How can we lose Patrick Rice? Help me out.
That's fine. I can make something up in the meantime. Patrick Rice is wearing a lovely white coat. Did you find it?
Yes, we did.
Amazing.
He is wearing a lovely white coat, and he wears that lovely white coat to be a digital marketer, running a marketing agency for Shopify brands, doing Google Ads, SEO, and AI visibility. He's also, most importantly, a big fan of Winnie the Pooh. Really good to have you here, Patrick.
Awesome. Who isn't a fan of Winnie the Pooh? After Patrick Rice, we have Hope Cantor. Where's Hope? Welcome, Hope. I love this, Hope. Hope is a statistician. I bet you didn't guess that. But Hope has the best mohawk in town. Right, Hope? Round of applause for Hope.
Looking good, Hope. All right, what can you tell us, Claire, about Avery while I get set up over here?
Avery was only able to make it. I actually know things about Avery. Avery is a classically trained cellist. Isn't that right? And he taught a class even just this morning before he came here and joined us. Avery is a busy man.
That was really good. In addition to that, Avery is the director of data for a school network, keeping young minds at work. We appreciate you, Avery. Let's hear it for him.
I'll take up the next one. Let's bring up Nid Liu. Hey, Nid, welcome. Nid, as you might imagine, is a senior QA lead who has experience in advanced testing. Nid also really likes to go out fishing for pastrami sandwiches on Friday. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, love it.
Why not, right?
That's fantastic. Let's hear it for Nid.
Yeah. Woo! Let's go.
All right, and last but certainly not least, we've got John Mitchell. Woo! Excellent. Good to see you, John. John is a, oh, wow, wait. What you got about John, Claire, while I make sure I find him?
What do I know about John? John is our final introduction and therefore our most important. That's what I know about John.
I love it.
That we all been waiting for John.
You know what he looks like to me? He looks like a system administrator.
I was going to say that.
That's probably made a career in solving problems that stump other systems administrators, which is pretty cool. So let's hear it for John.
We got a rebel in the system. What's luck? I love it.
All right, fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. And at this point, before we kick everything off, we're going to start this event as we do all things in prayer. We are ready whenever you are, brother. Good to see you, Michael. This is Michael DeLise, who's leading us in prayer today.
Do you want to use my Michael?
Oh, he's going to loudly lead us. There you go. We got your mic.
I'll stand really close to you. Guys, so as we start, in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Lord, we thank you today for bringing all of us together. Thank you for the talents, the curiosity, creativity that each person in this room carries. We ask you that you guide our minds and our conversations as we build today. Help us to use technology not just to solve problems, but to solve people. May the work done here support families in need and reflect your love through the gifts you've given us. Bless the teams who will be building, the people participating in the room and online, and the mission of Adopt a Family that we're here to support. Give us the patience with challenges, joy and celebration, and humility in the work we do. May everything we create today be used for good and for the service of others. We entrust this day to you. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Michael. That was pretty phenomenal.
Thank you, Michael.
I don't grade prayers. I'm not sure what the rules are about that, but if I did, it would have been an A+ prayer, Michael. Thank you so much. At this point, I think we're going to kick it over to a real quick video from Adopt a Family. Like we said in the beginning, this is a primarily this event is how do we use AI to help actual people.
Big thanks.
And we think that this is probably one of the best ministries we could have possibly partnered with to tackle this.
Amen, John Henry. Let's see what we got.
Morning all. Big thanks for being here for the first Build with Christ AI Summit. I'm Gene Rice with Adopt a Family and Catholic Charities Christmas Connections. I can assure you that when my family first started this program nearly 40 years ago, a AI conference and looking at ways to build efficiency through technologies and within this charity was absolutely the last thing on their mind. But so incredibly thrilled that that's where we are today, and a big thanks to each of you for taking time out of your weekend to be here and to help us solve some problems. Adopt a Family, as I mentioned, started nearly 40 years ago, partnered with Catholic Charities, and has really taken this ministry to another level in helping those in need within the Atlanta community that otherwise would not be able to provide Christmas to their families. And the basic building blocks of it, and you'll hear more about it today, is that we take families that are at or below the poverty line that come through social workers, through Catholic Charities, or other organizations within the community. We build a Christmas wish list for them and their families and the kids, and that looks a little different for each family, but got 3 boys, and it's they're 7, 6, and 2, and Tommy likes soccer balls, and Jimmy likes baseball and whatever, and so really build a personalized Christmas list for them to have something special for their Christmas morning. Then that's all built on their side, and then we take that and pair it with just incredibly generous donors throughout Atlanta, through a number of different parishes, but also just neighborhoods and friends and sports teams. And so we take those donors, pair them with a wish list, and then on drop-off day, we've got 7 Penske trucks that pull up, and we load specific to Christ the King. It's we're doing 750 families through just that one parish and the surrounding neighborhoods and families in the community. And so it's truly just such a blessing of a ministry, and every year just such a blessing for Isabel, my wife, and I, and our 3 boys to get to experience the generosity of the the community around us. But having 3 boys and doing life and holidays and Christmas time, this process for us really starts kind of in August, getting ramped up. Really kicks into high gear in October. Runs all the way through November, and then kind of first week in December, it kind of starts to reach its crescendo, and generally peters out about mid-December, right before the Christmas vacation. So one thing that's so incredible about everybody being here today is just we definitely could expand the program from a donor point of view. There's always people willing to give, and it's just incredible. Really where our log jam is hopefully something that you guys are going to be able to help us solve for today, and help us bring some maybe solutions or creative ideas to, is really just kind of the manual input, manual labor piece of this that's so email driven, and really looking at maybe helping us find ways to automate certain pieces of this, because as I mentioned, 750 families out of Christ the King. There's 4 other locations. If you could allow us to get from 750 to 1,000, that's 250 more families in Atlanta that would be impacted by this incredible ministry and work, and take that and expand it by 3 other locations, you get the idea. It could be a multiplying of just mercy and goodness. So that's it, guys. Just thank you for being here. Really appreciate your brains, your gifts, your talents, and just giving those over this morning to the Holy Spirit to hopefully move the needle here for Adopted Family and Christmas Connections. Thanks so much.
All right. Yeah, big shout out to Gene Rice and everything they're doing over there at Adopted Family. We were talking quietly a second ago about this is, once again, I'm going to hit this over and over again this afternoon, primarily about people. How do we make AI more about human beings, compassionate? How do we live as Christ through this new technology? And I can't think of a better group to partner with.
That's right, John Henry. Maybe just hitting on some of the key points. Obviously, the organization's been around for 40 years, but here in Atlanta for 19 years. And when they started out, they were serving 75 families in deep need, looking for clothing. Many of them are, speaking a foreign language, and so there's a lot of tools that they need. Now they serve 750 families. But the challenge, of course, is the mental load with having all of these very manual processes, and they want to serve so many more families than they possibly can today. And the way that they're going to do that is exactly what we're doing here today, and that's to automate processes, is to help with maybe a solution where we can use foreign language app to be able to communicate with the organization, to connect donors, and a bunch of other technologies. And we're so excited these builders today are going to help them out, aren't we?
100%. All right, before we jump into everything today, we do want to do a couple of introductions up here first. I actually didn't know these guys from Adam a week ago, and now we're best friends. We hang out all the time. We're going on vacation together. But my name is John Henry Spann, but I want to take a second and introduce Chris Engel, right? Chris Engel is a classical education and free market enthusiast with a background spanning global finance and emerging technologies as well. After more than 2 decades in institutional fixed income sales at a major investment bank, he now focuses on AI applications, which is pretty darn fitting, entrepreneurial ventures, and investing in people and projects aimed at long-term economic and human development. Most importantly, he's blessed with a beautiful wife and 3 wonderful children. He's a heck of a guy. It's been fun getting to know you these past couple of days.
Thank you very much, John Henry. I really appreciate that. But let's move on to our next host, of course, our good friend Claire. Claire McCallan is an author, a journalist, and a television host. And her work explores the intersection of virtue, creativity, and adventure. An author with Ave Maria Press and a host of programs on Catholic TV, she also serves as creative director at St. Joseph's Home for Artisans, where she helps cultivate a new generation of artists grounded in faith and beauty. That really speaks to my heart, Claire, because my middle daughter, all my children are wonderful, but my middle daughter is incredibly creative, and she does a lot of spiritual artwork.
Yeah, you were telling me about her work.
I can't wait to introduce you to her.
I can't wait to meet her. Even just watching that introduction video here as a creative, I obviously am such a skeptic when it comes to AI, right? Which is why we're going to have so much fun talking about it. And if there was anyone who is going to move my heart, it's going to be Adopted Family, right? So I'm so excited to be here. I'm going to introduce John Henry from memory. So some of it might be wrong, some of it might be right. You can use AI to research and figure out what's true. Let's see, John Henry is a husband and a father of 6.
1 boy, 5 girls.
A very long time ago in another life, he was a firefighter, but these days he's the dean of academics at a hybrid Catholic charter school. Is that right?
Oh, Claire, absolutely.
This is what happens when you don't rely on the internet too much, John Henry. You memorize things. And really cool thing, I've got to plug, this was not in his bio, but John Henry runs a men's ministry, a Catholic men's ministry that brings men to big game hunting opportunities. So they go to Africa, they're going bear hunting in Maine. So go check it out afterwards, everybody. Say the name of the ministry for me one more time.
Fraternity of St. Hubert.
Fraternity of St. Hubert. And I'm just really excited to be here with these guys.
Thanks, Claire. Super pumped. It's going to be great. And I think we're about to get started.
Let's do it.
I think it's about time to kick off. Do we have a countdown? Are we doing a countdown? All right, everybody ready? All right, developers, everybody ready? Feeling good? Builders, good to go? Audience, are you ready? Everybody feeling good?
Let's hear it.
All right, fantastic. All right, we're going to get started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. whole process. It's not very easy.
Yeah, there's so much happening in this room right now. It's hard to focus on any one given thing, right? We've got all these teams up there, all working on different parts of helping out build Adopt a Family, don't we?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to sort of digging in. I know very little about this. I'm sort of the AI skeptic in the room right now.
Yeah. What I'm just curious, John Henry. What makes you a skeptic? Like, what are you most concerned about? Especially when we're sitting in the room building something really awesome for Adopt a Family.
Yeah, I think AI conscious might be a better term for it, right? I feel like it's coming. There's nothing we can do about it. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just here. We got an interview ready to go. We're going to bounce over to Claire, and then I want to dig more into that.
Let's do it.
There's us.
There we are.
It's exciting stuff. Really digging these close-ups on the actual builders over there.
Yeah, these are the heroes in the room today, aren't they?
I don't know.
They're starting to. It's a shirt. That's what you
Yeah, I don't know if I've told this story before. And now we're going to Claire, so I'll tell it to you in a second. We're ready for you, Claire, whenever you are.
All right, thanks guys. I'm here with Imelda from Adopt a Family. She doesn't know I was going to say this. I hope she doesn't kill me for saying this, but I heard from great sources at Adopt a Family that there they call you Saint Imelda because you do so much good. Look at her face. She knows. They must say it to her too. Imelda, we're so excited to have you here. Can you tell me a little bit more about what it is you do as a volunteer at Adopt a Family?
Yes. I'm not sure if. Okay. Yes. What I do is I help with the intake and absolve everybody's questions, from the sponsors, and then I also help in the receiving the presents and distributing the presents. So I'm with them throughout the entire process.
That's awesome. What's your favorite part of volunteering there?
I think everything. The best part is obviously when you give the families their Christmas presents and just to see all this joy and just all this excitement. It just reminds you what a Christmas spirit is.
That's awesome. Are you a techie person?
Kind of, but not at this level.
Girl, I know. Please, I'm lucky if I can get my iPhone to turn on.
Same.
What does it feel like to be here surrounded by all of these people who gave their Saturday to help your organization?
It is overwhelming, and I feel very, very grateful and appreciative of everybody being here on a Saturday when the weather is amazing.
Oh my God.
And they are all here in a room on their computers. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Imelda, and thank you for letting us be here and talk to you. And I'm going to send it back to the team. Thanks, guys.
That's awesome. What was your name?
Michael. Yeah.
You're Michael Cahill.
Awesome job, Imelda. Nice meeting you.
Sorry. Here, tell me.
All right, we're going to turn the screen over to John Henry, who's up on stage with our builders. What do you got for us, John Henry?
Like I said earlier, my tech expertise is definitely lacking, so I'm here to learn as much as anybody else, but mostly because Coach Tom has a hat that says coach on it. I want him to coach me a little bit. Tom, are you able to give me a little bit of a rundown, just sort of like I'm a 5-year-old? What's going on?
Yeah, these are builders, and we're going to have families that need gifts and families that want to provide gifts matched together for Christmas.
Fantastic. Now, and how do you use AI to do that? I mean, that seems pretty straightforward to me.
So, Michael, you're building the list of people who need the gifts, right?
Correct, yeah.
And Charlotte is building the list of people who want to give the gifts.
Okay.
And they give me that set of lists, and I match them together.
So does this whole thing work like an assembly line?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. All right. Well, I'm gonna come back and check in on how this is going in a minute, but I'm gonna skip down somewhere there and see what's going on. Thank you, Coach. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to walk down here a little bit. I'm just going to pick a random. These guys seem to be talking, and he's wearing a white coat, so I'm just going to interrupt right here. Can you guys tell us a little bit about what's going on?
Okay, so we're a part of the partnerships and fundraising. So we reach out to, we're building a system like a CRM to reach out to more churches, corporations. So one of the ones they work with is Home Depot.
Okay.
So I believe they're reaching out to these partners, and they're getting the families and like getting more sponsors through their connections.
Now, how does that loop in with what's going on the right side of the table down there?
So I'd say the big focus, right, is, and that's one of the things we're considering and kind of chatting about locally around here, is figuring out like how on our end, some of the things that we're incorporating, how is that going to relate to the rest of the folks? Because we have some folks who are working on like sponsorship and family intake, and so figuring out how we can get that information into something like this so it can be easily managed. Because you've got that front end where you're meeting people, figuring out what families need to be serviced, and then figuring out who can help us with that, those sponsors that are gonna, the parishes, the partners, those things like that. So we want to take all that information and be able to input it into here. So we're already kind of working back and forth with the folks there to understand how we can import some of that information and reduce some of that actual having to input into a spreadsheet and that kind of thing.
Sure. From a totally layman's perspective, right?
Sure.
Once again, I'm not a very tech guy. The one application of AI that I see as something very clearly, right, is this data entry, no longer relying on, I don't know, a dozen wonderful people sitting in a room just typing into an Excel sheet all day. Is there anything beyond that this is going into other than sort of your basic manual data entry, being able to relieve that stress?
So I'd say a big thing outside of just getting over the headache of the data entry and having to basically duplicate things, right? Because you're taking the forms, then taking the information on the forms, moving it over to another set of forms. Like we want to try and reduce that, right? But outside of that, once you've actually gotten the partnerships, it's about managing the actual relationship. Because the last thing you want to do is get the information in there, and then it kind of just starts to get lost potentially.
Sure.
And you know, from a business development perspective, it's not just, hey, we've made the partnership and we're good to go. It's, hey, we've made this partnership and we want that to continue to last, to build, and to increase, so that this isn't just well, we're taking, I mean, and it's huge. 750 families is amazing.
Right.
But how do we make that across, I don't know, the United States?
Sure.
Right, and that's, I always go to that just because I can't help it. But that being said, it's how can we expand these partnerships out and say, this is what we've done in the Atlanta area. What can we do further than that, right? How can we expand this out and have a repeatable model? So if that makes sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. I really appreciate that, Rylan. Thank you for your time. I'll let you get back to it. This is exciting stuff. I'm going to kick it back down to you, Chris.
Thanks, John Henry. It's so great to hear all the stories from the builders and why they're here today. But they're not the only ones in the room that are working today. Right in front of us, we have a bunch of teaching tables here. And at various different tables, they're focused on different aspects of AI. We've got automation and workflow. We've got beginner business. We also have advertising as well. There's lots of different opportunities in here. And that's what the folks online you're missing by not being here right in this room today. And we can't wait to hear more about their stories when Claire comes up and talks to each one and gets a sense of why are they here? What are they trying to learn? How are they trying to impact the lives and individuals, maybe in business, maybe in personal, maybe in schools, maybe in community. There's lots of opportunities to use Gen AI to help out. Turn this over to Claire.
All right, Chris,
Claire?
I'm going to take that microphone from you.
Absolutely, here you go.
Perfect. All right, they asked me who I want to talk to, which table I want to talk to first. I've only talked to one person at one table so far. Oh, where'd he go? Where did the guy with the open claw go? I want to talk to the open claw.
You should.
Here I am. I show up,
the
an
first
AI
conversation
skeptic
is
already.
Skeptic, go right to the most difficult topic.
And Chris
Let's
goes,
see what
this
happens.
guy is using something called Open Claw. Could it be a more nefarious name? Are you kidding
that's
me?
a pretty rough name,
Open
isn't it?
Claw,
That's
just
skeptic.
reaching into my privacy. All jokes aside, Kyle, can you tell us a little bit more about what you're working on? This is Kyle who taught me about Open Claw about 20 minutes ago.
Hi. So OpenClaw is it's an open source project that lets people use AI in a way that feels more personable and can help. It can live on your computer and actually help you do things, rather than just being like on a website on ChatGPT, asking it questions, having it do research. You can give OpenClaw access to all your files and folders and let it run commands on your computer and help you do more things.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of it for me was being able to connect it to like Telegram or Discord or something like that. So I'm no longer in the command terminal having to manage my AI. you could do it from Discord and be like basically sending a text message to your coding assistant that's helping you build software.
Yeah, the ironic thing is I think a lot of times the people who need this technology the most and could be helped by it the most are the ones who are the most afraid of it, right? Or the least likely to understand it right off the bat. But when a nice person like Kyle explains it to me, I think maybe that doesn't sound so evil. Maybe they're not stealing my data, you know? I'm not even sure what data I have to steal.
Yeah, there are security concerns that I think you should just learn to practice when playing with AI. But I think once you understand some of the concepts, it gives you more confidence.
Cool. Thank you, Kyle. Can you tell me, are you excited to be here? What are you working on?
Yeah, I'm totally excited to be here, watch the competition. I know Patrick up there, so excited to see him working on fundraising side of things. And this is my first hackathon, so I normally work in real estate investing.
That's awesome,
But I've
Kyle.
just adopted AI over the last year, and so this is the first time coming to something like this.
Cool. Well, we're very happy to have you and excited to see what you make, excited to see what your friends make, and thanks for teaching us a little something. And I'm going to go ahead and send it over to John Henry, who's going to talk to a couple more of our friends.
Yeah, hey guys. So I know I'm ambushing you down here, but I started at the front. I went to the middle. I'm not going to forget about anybody in between, I promise. I'll come back. The Mohawk is calling me like a siren song. I'm going to check it out. But can we talk about what's happening down here on the back end real quick?
Working on security and compliance
Are we going to...
currently.
And how does that sort of blend in with the larger goal? I mean, I understand, I know what the word security and the word compliance mean, but I'm not sure about it in regards to the Adopt a Family project.
Well, we don't want things like public, personal identifiable information to be leaked out. We want information to be, data to be secure.
Sure. And are you working on the same thing?
No, I am doing the testing. So that's my role.
Oh, that's
so
cool.
I can share the screen. What I have is, I downloaded everything that Michael has put out, all the files on that. Hold on, can I get this out? Here we go. All of this in the download stuff. So I pull it together, but because I don't have the ChatGPT Pro, so I cannot upload too many files. So I put everything on into the Word. I copy, and then he has all the data, everything, and then the design. So I put in there, and then I generate it. So.
And have you done this manually before, without the use of AI?
Yes, long time ago. Yes, we have to, analyze the requirements, everything, and then try to create manually test strategy, test plan, test cases, everything. Yes. So with all of this, and then you just ask ChatGPT. You just say that generate the test strategy for the workflow that I uploaded it, and then it gave me all of this thing. It has test objectives. It has scope of testing, out of scope. Yes, everything right here as I am sharing.
So realistically speaking, once again, as somebody who's not up to date on the techno jargon, how much simpler is it? How much of a time saver is the AI in doing what you're doing?
Yes, it helps creating, like AI knows the general stuff. You use this one as the base. You don't just rely on and then submit whatever AI did.
Sure.
You still have to read proof and then understand what else that AI can give you the basic thing, and then you build on top of that.
Okay.
Yes, and then, or you can ask about negative test or edge test, and then it will give you some idea. You read, you understand, because at your company you understand the architecture and then the system that your company is doing, like integration. AI does not know that.
So realistically speaking, like just brass tacks, in terms of time saved, can you speak to that at all?
I would say it will cut at least 50%.
50%.
Yes, at least.
That's amazing. That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
your time. We're going to shoot it over to Claire now. I'm not sure. Oh, there's Claire. You're killing it, Claire.
Oof, it's hard to know where I am. Okay, but the good news is they're like, find interesting people to talk to. It turns out every single person here is interesting to talk to. I'm gonna invite the camera over to me because I want to introduce you guys to one of my new friends. I just went over to one person and introduced myself. I said, what brought you here? I want to introduce you guys to Vivek. Vivek, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Claire?
I'm great. Okay, so I want to tell people about what brought you here, okay, and your background. So Vivek was telling me that he's here to learn a little bit more about AI. so that he can use it to build a mental health platform for high schoolers. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, sure. So a project I've been thinking about lately I'd like to create would be how to use AI to help out with what we're building for schools right now. So we have an idea where we are allowing students to anonymously report for activities that might be interesting to look into. So we have a mental health team of specialists who are going to be able to potentially screen and provide treatment options, and we want to figure out how to use AI to build a more evidence-based approach around that.
Do you have a background in tech?
I have a data science background, but trying to learn as much as I can about AI and upskill myself to the best of my abilities.
And the passion here is really mental health, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Being able to destigmatize mental health and then also be able to make that something that kids are more comfortable talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something I'm having to learn, again, as sort of the classic skeptic. I came here just thinking everyone's passion was going to be tech, but as John Henry was saying, it's really all about people and their passions and relationships, and what I'm learning is most people were brought here by a larger passion, and tech is the tool that's getting them there. So I'm not saying my mind's been changed, but Vivek makes some good points. Let's see if John Henry has any good points. Back to you, John Henry.
Thank you so much, Claire. This is a lot of fun. I'm just creeping over everybody's shoulder here, and I was going to go with a mohawk, but then I went with a mustache. So I hope that's all right. Can you tell me a little bit about what you're doing?
Yeah, so right now we're trying to build the plan to tell Lovable what to build. So we have kind of a product vision document. I passed that to Claude and asked it to be a software architect to give me an implementation plan for how we'd implement this vision, and also outline questions that he has about
he being Claude, being the
he
AI.
being Claude, yeah.
Sure.
It's hard to always treat it as a machine when you name it.
I was having that conversation with somebody not too long ago. I always say please.
Yeah.
Every time I'm chatting.
You're a machine.
Yeah, and I had a friend of mine who said, no, don't say please. That's weird. Don't humanize it.
You gotta keep the right relationship with it. But basically now I'm answering the questions that it came out. I'm gonna have it then rewrite my requirements document with all the responses, and then analyze it again for gaps, and then from there we should be able to start feeding it into Lovable so that it can begin building.
Right. That's fantastic. I want to continue to creep over your shoulder if you're okay with that, but I think we're going to send it over to Chris for a second.
Well, thank you very much, John Henry. We are here with my good man, Trent. Trent, I was just chatting with you for a bit and kind of curious, sort of what brought you here today, and maybe a little bit about how you use AI and why you're at the table here. Share a bit more about what you do.
So as for what brought me here, I have a couple friends. Got to give a kudos to Patrick Rice, who's up on stage. And as for what brought me here, I'm super passionate about just using AI for good. I have side projects. I love pursuing things on the side that hopefully will make the world a little bit of a better place. So I just wanted to come to watch people do that. So.
That's awesome. And you actually are part of a local community, not just part of a local community. I think you sort of spearhead something. Would you tell us a little bit more about that community and kind of what collectively you're doing together?
Yep. So I have a small community that I call, I coined the term Nerd Herd, and it's a group, it's a weekly meetup of AI builders, AI developers, and we are all working on our own projects, come together, share what we're learning, projects we're working on, and work together to get help and get, hopefully, start shipping products more and more. So.
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, Trent, thank you very much for sharing your experience, and look forward to all the wonderful things that you're going to share with the world. It's great to have you here.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Michael Delisi said yes. All right, I have, gosh, I'm such a girl. I was going to say some hot goss. We don't need to call it hot goss. We can say a game time update, okay? We have tea. Good point. Thank you, Julian. We have tea. All right, so this table over here, their coach couldn't make it. I come over here. They mistook me as someone having authority in this situation. They said, should we disseminate to other tables? I said, sure, yeah, I guess so. Oh, bummer, these friends have to break up. Wait, no, a hero emerges. Introducing Bogdan. Everyone, round of applause for Bogdan, please. Bogdan stepped up and he said, I'll coach them. Bogdan, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, your background in AI?
Sure, yeah, I've been using AI for years. I have a master's in AI from Georgia Tech, and I work at a small company, and we make use of AI tools there every day and build products that use AI tools as well. So I'm familiar with how to do it.
That's awesome. You're the hero that people need, Bogdan. And how do you girls feel about having a coach? You almost had to split up and join other teams. How do you feel about having a new coach?
We're stoked. He's our new best friend.
New best friend, Bogdan. Everyone, round of applause for Bogdan the hero. Let's send it back to John Henry, wherever the heck he is. Oh, and Chris at the newscaster.
Yeah, we're over here. We're back at home base, Claire. We miss you.
Here we are.
No, this has been fun, and I enjoy. I think you're much more versed in this than I am. I really enjoy sort of the, I don't know, asking all the dumb questions, and I feel like they're dumb questions, right? I don't think they are. I think a lot of people have the same kind of questions I do, but sort of digging into the what's actually going on. And I've had a number of different builders over there who gave me sort of help me understand the nuance between I'm not giving over my agency to this machine, right? As a guy who's pretty cautious, like I was saying earlier, AI, right? They're saying I'm not giving my agency over to this machine. Rather, I'm guiding and I'm using it as a tool. And that's what it really comes down to, right? Is AI going to be a tool, or is AI going to be this thing that, I don't know, robs us of our humanity in some way?
Absolutely. I mean, just like anything else, just like any other tool, for example, salt. It makes our food tasty and delicious. Too much salt and we could die from it. And kind of disgusting, somewhere between delicious and death, right?
Right.
So anything in this world can be used virtuously or not so. And so sort of the same thing is happening here with AI. We can use it as a tool to help humanity, or we can use it for other purposes. And I understand why you're sometimes a little skeptical of that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the phrase I want, right? Because I keep hearing AI as a tool. I like that. It can also be, what is the word we want? It could be a weapon. Okay, it could be a tool, it could be a weapon, or the other thing I'm worried about is it could be a crutch. I look at my generation and then Gen Z below me, and I see they're more likely to use it as a crutch. And that's what I'm worried about, is the loss of independent thinking.
We were saying
That's a good point.
earlier, we were having this discussion, and the image that keeps coming into my mind, right? The big fear for me is not, I don't know, robots take over the world or something like that. Speaking of which, this whole event is sponsored by Skynet. Skynet.
Oh no!
But it's not them taking over the world. It's less Terminator. It's more Wall-E.
Yes.
Right. That's my fear, is that it becomes a crutch for mankind, and all of a sudden I don't have to think for myself. Why would I bother thinking for myself? I don't have to learn information. I don't have to read. There's this magical, I don't know, machine that knows everything.
And I'm going to reveal myself as a conspiracy theorist, if not here, then when. But who benefits when I stop thinking for myself? And that's what I worry about. There's obviously how it would affect me, but then you and I talked about this in the car ride here yesterday.
Yes.
How does my loss of agency negatively impact you and society and culture as a whole? Even if I abdicate my agency, like, okay, maybe that's just Claire losing some dynamicism in life, or maybe it will affect you and your children and society as well. I don't know. These are the questions that I came to Georgia for.
I like how we've got Chris in the middle.
I know, the poor guy. We're on either side of it.
As my wife knows, I can take it. Both sides. You know, you make some both really great points. You know, the idea that you lose your agency. I feel very strongly that we need to move from some level of need and want to a higher level, like truly towards meaning and purpose. And so there is definitely a wrong way, just like anything, to use AI. But the key here is that you encourage people higher. And yes, John Henry, of course, there'll be the Wall-E version of the world, the so-called bread and circuses where people are just distracted. But isn't that the way it is today? Like a number of people, a small number of people, really generate some incredible value for people. Now, it'll just be a little different. Instead of maybe 1, 2, 3, 4% developing, maybe it goes to 10%. And that's better than where we are today.
Right, I like the bread and circuses analogy. I'm actually an ancient history teacher, and we get into a lot of that. And the whole idea of us losing our agency or us becoming cogs in a machine is not new, right? Let's not pretend like that's going to happen because of AI and hasn't because of processed food and social media and 1,000 different things that are sucking our attention. We talk about the next generation. I feel like every single generation has always said, the people who came after them, oh, come on, look it up. But the amount of, I don't know, the damage that's being done, I think, by staring at a screen is something that we have to weigh in this whole thing, right? I'm actually really interested in how, you hear sort of the, I don't know, maybe rose-colored glasses discussion of AI and how in the future, you're not going to have to worry about doing all of this stuff that's dehumanizing because the AI is going to handle it, and you'll have more time to be a human being. I don't know. I'm not super optimistic about that, but I like to think that is, right? I don't like living in a world where right now we heard that the AI was going to take away all of the mundane tasks and we were going to be able to create art, and now AI is creating art while we're stuck doing the mundane tasks. I don't know.
Yeah, and at some point we'll have to get into discussing what all this means for us as Christians, right? And especially Catholic social teaching, you know, understanding labor is good and holy, dignity in work, all of these things, and who are we when we remove ourselves from work? All right, we'll answer those big questions later, but for now, I am going to toss it to Mr. John Henry. I think we're gonna
Good points,
All
Claire.
right, I think I'm going to walk up back on the stage. I was talking to people a
talk to
second
some
ago.
builders, have them
and I wanna
answer my
see
big
what's going on.
existential questions.
All right, so I've been asking a lot about what you're doing up here, but if I can interrupt, I really want to ask the question of how did you get into this to begin with? Can you take me from sort of 0 to 1? How did you end up here sitting at this table today?
Yeah, so my connection on LinkedIn, Jeff Caspin, I believe is the founder of Catholic Men of America. He invited me to attend, and kind of like my bio said on the front end, I come from more of a sales business development background.
Sure.
And obviously with the prevalence of AI tools and not needing necessarily a technical background to build something cool, was interested in participating. So Drashti is more of the brains of the operation behind our coordinator dashboard, but that's how I
Are you guys
ended
working
up.
as a team right now?
We are.
Oh, fantastic. And how did you get into AI to begin with?
Well, I have master's in computer science with major in AI. So I'm always into AI, building new things and technology. Rainey introduced me to this program, and that's why I'm here.
Okay, that's fantastic. Well, we're really glad to have you. It's interesting to me how we talk about the early days of AI, and we're talking about like 2023, right? It seems like it was yesterday, right? Not too long ago at all. What are you actually doing on the screen? What's your station sort of working on together?
So we are working on 1E, the coordinator dashboard, where we have different tiles based on the requirements. Suppose if it's total number of families, the one for adoption that is unmatched, the one that's matched, the one that needs packet sent, the closeout, fulfillment, and exceptions that need some address change or something. That's
Sure.
what we are working on. It's a visualization things.
Yes. No, it's all incredibly interesting. Now, is anybody up here working on, we talked beforehand, and I'm not even sure if that's part of our sort of funnel here, but the language software. I thought that was really intriguing, right? The idea of being able to use AI as a translator. Who is it? Who's pointing at somebody? All the way down here at the beginning, my friend from Americus, Georgia.
Sorry, I was in the zone.
No, I
So
was
what
asking
your
about
question?
language software, so
Yeah,
the translation component.
I don't have it fully set just yet, but one of the components I'm using is an 11 Labs integration into the Lovable project I'm building out. So the whole point of this is the whole idea is for intake. If a sponsor, or not a sponsor, but an intaker that works with Catholic Charities wanted to record a conversation, even if they're speaking English and Spanish in the same conversation, it will capture fields from that and populate the intake form for them. And then for somebody like me who doesn't have Spanish as a second language, and I'm volunteering to do intake, there'll be an option to have an AI assist me with that intake and speaking to the head of household to receive the information as well.
Yeah, see, that's incredibly interesting.
So
And that's
hopefully,
practical,
yeah,
that's
hopefully in
tangible.
about 10 to 15, I'll let you know once it's up and running and we
Will
can
you
take
give
a
me
look.
will you give me a green baton
We'll give you the
when
green
it comes
baton
to the
then.
time?
Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's a lot going on up here. I'm interested in all of it. I think we're going to kick it over to our fearless leader here in a second. Okay. But after our fearless leader who stops being otherwise disposed. I think that, were you the one who said that you were a single mother or a stay-at-home mother?
I was a stay-at-home mom back in, I re-entered the workforce in 2016, and There are AI products today, for example, Google Career Dreamer. If you are a stay-at-home parent, because I know there's a lot of stay-at-home dads, Google Career Dreamer, you don't need to know how to prompt or anything, but if you just put your previous title, or even I'm a stay-at-home parent, Google, with all of the data they have, they can pull up tasks that are relevant to being a stay-at-home parent, and then skills, and basically it will help you explore paths that have transferable skills. So I demo that at the AI-powered job search workshop at Roswell United Methodist Church, job networking, and how I got that gig was my career coach, Al Smith, who wrote a book called Hired, and recently his 3rd edition has AI tips for job seekers. He put my name in the hat for the, it's a national job networking ministry, and they have workshops that begin at 1 in the afternoon all the way to 7 p.m. They have a clothing closet, they serve dinner, and I think it's a great opportunity for anyone seeking a job. There are right ways and wrong ways on how to use AI, and come to the workshops and we'll be able to demo tools on how you can prepare your hiring portfolio and hopefully get your next job.
I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to come back by in a little bit. I want to talk about some of those wrong ways, if you're comfortable with that. We're going to kick it down to you, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, John Henry, and wonderful story, Raina. Thank you so much. Now it is my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce you to the man that has brought us here today. He probably doesn't want this much attention, so let's make sure we give it to him just in a second, okay? Michael Lyons, a good dear friend of mine who I met through this wonderful organization, who's also a sponsor today, the Lumen Institute. The Lumen Institute is an organization that was formed in the aftermath of Enron. They thought, gosh, why is this world so corrupt? And how do we form executives, leaders, into the men that they're supposed to be? So for the last 20 plus years, Lumen Institute has been forming men to bring the light of Christ into the world. And Michael is a co-Lumen member with me. But Michael is an impact investor, an entrepreneur focused on building ventures that strengthen communities, bringing people to Christ through housing, technology, and media. He's the founder of City on Purpose and Y Impact Ventures, and the executive producer of BuildWithChrist.ai. Give me a little help here and a warm round of applause for our founder, Michael Lyons. Over to you, Michael.
Thank you. This is totally a real picture of me. It's not at all. So I'm gonna. My talk is from AI 0 to 1. This is for the folks who really don't know at all what you're doing, and that's totally fine. And even if you know a little bit, maybe you learn a new tool. But I'd say I'm gonna do 2 quick slides, but I'm actually gonna just do a real live, like, figured out demo. So I'm gonna. If any of you guys can think about something that you've been wanting to start, maybe you haven't started on your computer, maybe you didn't bring your computer, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand. I'm going to bring you up, and we're going to actually just start a very quick build of something that's in your head. So we go to the next slide. So the key to going from 0 to 1 is prompting, and then where to put those things. And so for those who don't know how to prompt, even if you do, that's really the biggest difference in terms of how good your output is. And so there's this acronym, I don't know if this is original or not, I put in the concepts and then I asked ChatGPT to actually give me an acronym. So it's all accurate, but again, everything in here has been done through AI in some way, in some way. So the first thing that you want to do is you want to give it context, and specifically that's saying, like, give it a role, because the way that you treat AI is it is either your coach or it is your intern. So whether you're doing something that you don't know how to do, you treat it like a coach. If you want it to do something for you, then it is your intern. So you basically tell it, what is the expertise that you want to do? Is it take on the role of a finance professional? Take on the role of an attorney that specializes in blank? It can be the most random thing. You can say take on the role of an attorney who specializes in basket weaving and fishing, and it will somehow link it together. So you give it the context first. And the second is, the context is the coach or intern. Second is the role, specific expertise, because it has all this knowledge and you just need to narrow it down so it knows where to focus. The third is then telling it what you want it to do. So that's literally anything, and it can be as simple as, and it doesn't have to be any special words, just human talk. So take on the role of an attorney that specializes in basket weaving liability. And then I want you to tell me if I throw a basket weaving workshop, where am I exposed to someone who would sue me because they get pricked by a needle? And then this is actually one of the most important things that a lot of people don't do, is you ask it for feedback. So at the end of that prompt, then you say, if you understand what I was trying to tell you, repeat it back to me in your own words, and then ask me any questions that might improve the output. And so this thing is, again, kind of like your boss or your intern. It's like kind of how they teach you how to manage up or manage down. You say, you hear the problem, and then you have them repeat it back to you so you can make sure that it's right. A lot of times you'll go back and forth, oh, that actually is a little bit different, or change it this way. Kind of go through this planning process. But then it gets this really great output, and then you say the terms. And so you either put that in the beginning, or you do it after you do a couple revs of these turns. But the terms are, this happens a lot in coding. So if you're doing something in one of these platforms, you say, make sure that it applies by UI and UX and design best practice, or make sure that no hacker can go in and penetrate this system. You don't even have to know the words, but you can say, make sure that it does these things, and then you put those terms around it, and you start wide, narrow in the role, tell it what you want to do, tell it where you want it to go, where you don't want it to go, and then it really gives a great output. And then you take one of those outputs and you put it into one of the various platforms that you're going to use. This is my toolkit, so if we go to the next one. So kind of have it by category here, depending on what is it you want to build. So usually planning your research, it's a lot of the main platforms, but they're just great at like strategizing. So if you don't know what to do, you literally ask it, what do I do? But I usually use this to even create the prompt. You use that to create, never put a human prompt into an implementation tool, have the AI create the prompt for you, catered to that actual tool, and then copy and paste it into that tool. So I have these listed here. This is by no means all of them. They're just the ones that I know that work pretty darn well. So things that you want to build, well, a lot of us are using Lovable today. Coding, those are kind of the code apps. Video, Google Flow is really awesome. You can that's how some of these images were created in the logo. If you guys like music people, you guys can generate your own songs. You can do some of that on some of those platforms. And then presentations, this is great too, because you can literally, on Gamma, for example, you can upload an entire just slop, and it'll organize and make it all pretty for you. And then there's these new ones that are coming out for personal assistants that are pretty darn good. So you can take a picture of this, use them later. Now, I'm going to go quickly to the audience. If anyone has a specific thing that they want to do or solve or build, what is raise your hand. I'm going to pick someone. Okay. Okay, specific question.
For something like what we're building right now, shouldn't it have something like some security features? Because something like this is going to involve some money, and that's going to be a pretty tempting target for hackers and scammers and other things. I don't know about you, but if you've been part of the Catholic GroupMe lately, we've seen a huge flood of fake accounts, compromised accounts, bots, and scammers there. And I was just wondering what steps you could take to secure your stuff.
Yeah, so one is to know like what the vulnerabilities are of any given platform. So one of the things that this team did that you didn't see up on camera is we actually had a security like preemptive prompt that basically tells it to do and check all these things. So when you're doing it from the beginning, it checks all those things, and that was essentially generated by a mixture of a coder who knows what to look for, but also asking one of the ChatGPT or one of those to say, take on the role of a cybersecurity expert. What is a test, and what are some of the parameters that we want to be able to make tight for this particular platform? Obviously, that's not everything, and that's where some of the prudence of working with these platforms is knowing when to pull in an expert to be able to do that. So the more sensitive information, the more that is, you can't just do it totally on your own. You can do a lot more on your own nowadays, but you still should bring an expert at the right points. All right. Let me give you my card. Actually, I'm going to do it. I'll just one second. All right. So, Eileen, you want to come up? Yep, come on up. All right. come on up here.
All right.
Tell me what it is that you want to build.
I want to put...
Actually, 1 second. Can we switch over to the other, to the screen share so we can just show everyone what we're looking at here? There we go. And I will zoom in so everyone can see. Great. All right. What are you trying to build?
I am trying to put together a first-time press release. I wrote a book about 2-3 years ago and want to put that together and get it out into the world.
All right, so following the framework, we want to build a system that creates press releases for a whole book launch, and you want to take on the role of a professional publisher and content writer and developer. You want it to build something that will rapidly create press releases with best practice, and if that is accurate, then you can state back to us what it has in its own words, and also ask us any questions that are needed to improve that output. So what we just did, it has a feature where you can just, again, transcribe, so it makes it really easy to just tell it what it is that you want. I will zoom out a little bit. So you can see we just took exactly, well, there we go. That's the wrong screen there. We will reload the credits. And this is a great little shout out. So for those of you, nice, that's great. Can we switch over back to my screen? So once we, if you guys want to use Lovable, we have a reference code on the home page or on the page. If you go there, and if you sign up, we get a few credits. We will load them up. But if any of you guys sign up for Lovable, they're not our sponsors. We do not do that. But they should probably sponsor us because we're using them. So if you do go on there and you get a free account, we get a couple credits. If you go on there, spend $25, we get 100 credits. So anything that you guys sign up for, it'll go directly into their bucket and lower our budget a little bit. So greatly appreciated. So what we do here is it goes into Lovable. Great. We press go. And it is what it's going to do, and this is actually what every person here started with. They started with initial prompt, they started with some guardrails, they pressed go, and then it starts to build. And so what it will usually do on the first run, it'll give you, because I asked for questions, but I usually ask for questions as well, and then you will answer them.
All right.
And then it will start to build it. Just wait, it'll load. All right, so go ahead.
Okay, what are the questions? Title.
What information would you like to input about your book?
So the title of the book is Frank.
Which ones of these do you want to enter in?
The title?
Yep. Title, author, genre, synopsis, issue, all of the above.
All of the above works.
Yeah, both options.
Sounds good to me.
What text press releases do you need? Book launch announcement.
Yes.
What do you want to do with the finished press release?
Another mic.
That'd be great.
Download it, PDF, and email it to me directly.
Okay. We can do that afterwards.
Okay.
We'll do that, but then we. There we go. So what's interesting about Lovable is that when you do this plan mode, which is this little bubble, it creates a plan, and it's powered by the most powerful coding tool right now, and it's Claude, which is one of those. You kind of get to use two at once, and it comes up with, hey, this is what I think you should do. And so it pops up, and you say, once it loads, it says this is roughly what you wanted to do. Okay, and this is a build platform, so I intentionally made it like a platform you can build to churn out multiple press releases.
Okay.
And then you can say book details, that's what it wants to do, step-by-step wizard, great. Generates the page, it exports it, designs it. For time's sake, I'm not gonna go back and forth, but what you can do is you can just go in here and tell it to change the plan. All you then do is say approve.
Can I input, if I've created a QR code already, can I input that in there?
You can input it, or you can say create a QR code generator.
All right.
And it will auto-generate it for you, so it's all just built into one. I'm not saying that that's exactly what you might want. Like what you're talking about right now, you could have just maybe gone into one of these other tools and just created it for you. But if you wanted to, for this example, more powerful tool that actually just builds a whole platform for you, you can basically become a software engineer when that idea that you had for a year or two and you couldn't get that, I just need that developer to do it for me. Well, now you can do it. Now there's prudence in making sure with the sensitivity of the information that you're doing it properly and making sure that it's all safe, but so many things nowadays you can at least get to an 80, 90, 95% mark just by using some of these new tools.
Okay.
So it'll just show you that it tells you what it's doing. It's setting up the design system. It'll then set up the multi-book details. It'll build the generation system. It'll then actually even build in an AI tool within your tool. That's what that's saying, this create an AI edge function. It'll use AI to then generate and help to generate those things for you, and then it will add the PDF export function. So with that, how many people in here have used any of the tools that were up on the screen before? Lovable, Notebook LM, any of them? Well, what we're going to do as this loads is a little bit after, I'm going to be over here by this TV when you see it turn on, and we're just going to do a few different 0 to 1. So if anyone has ideas for things that you want to build, I'll just be over there and we'll just be replicating this, and then the goal is that if you want to start building something, then you have what you can come back to the table and just continue to keep building it. And then you can top over to each one of these teaching tables and say, hey, maybe I want to automate this. How should I do that? Maybe I want to do something with coding. Talk to the coach, see how to do that. She built a complex system.
Yes, she did.
And it's moving a little slow. So maybe what we can do is I want to make sure that this lightning talk is relatively slow or fast, so we can wrap this piece right here. But once it's done, I'm going to leave this up on screen so you can see what it turns into, and then we'll hand it right back to the host. So you guys can monitor what this looks like, and then we'll go from there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael. This is exciting stuff. I'm really loving it. I want to pick up, though, with something that happened to your left while you were up there talking, which is we got our first red baton, which I guess is exciting. It means there's a problem, and that's exciting. I love it. What's going on?
I think it just got taken care of, I'm not sure. But I ran out of credits, so yeah, I have 0 credits, so I need host to fill me up.
You need my credit card?
Yeah, you got it?
Has anybody else run out of credit? Show of hands, builders. Anybody in the audience? All right. Michael Lyons said he's going to get on that right now. He's literally got Apple Pay on his phone, and he's re-upping everybody. I'm not 100% sure that I even understand how the credit system works. All I know is that sometimes when I'm typing on something, it'll say, this is your last whatever of the free version, or of this many credits, you have to do something to upgrade. What does that mean?
So at least for when it comes to Lovable, the credits are based on how much work the AI has to do. So if it's a very consuming task, everything is kind of tokenized within these AI systems. And so if it has to use a lot of computing power, it's going to cost you more credits than not.
Whatever you want.
So that's kind of like the initial prompts might cost you a lot of credits, and then if you want to fix like a small UX UI thing or visual thing here or there, it might just cost you like a fraction of a
Sure,
credit,
it's all just to pay for the energy needs and the requirements that the AI is consuming.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. All right, we're going to kick it down to Chris.
Yeah, thanks, John Henry. Well, we're over here at the coding and open source table, and I've got a couple of great men here doing some work. And I'm just talking here with my good friend Mike. Just met him, so we're good friends, right? And Mike was sharing that he's known Michael for a long time, and maybe a bit of his curiosity about how AI will impact the world and the work that he does. Mike, you want to say hello?
Sure. Hi. Happy to be here.
So tell us, Mike, what do you do, and kind of how do you think AI may impact you and what you do?
Yeah, so I'm actually a journalist. I work for a very large news company. It's I guess I could say it's Bloomberg News. I'm an economics reporter, and believe it or not, news companies are starting to use AI to craft news. And I guess I figure I should get with the program or get left behind.
That's good feedback. You know, and it's fair. And our skeptics that are here today, you know, Claire and John Henry, you know, they're thinking the same thing, which is, I know you want to cue in right here, don't you? That is that, you know, this world is starting to fill up with AI slop. And I mean, how do you feel when you read something that was generated by AI, when you can tell?
Well, honestly, I'm not sure that I can. Where I see, lately, when I go on to Facebook or whatever, I see all these videos. I'm kind of a sucker for these videos of like maybe a mountain lion fighting a bear, and I always assumed that they were real, and then I'm looking at the bottom and it says generated by AI, and so now I'm not sure, should I be looking at this, or, you know, is this real? I don't know what to think. And so I don't see a lot of, I do see some AI in the news business, and I don't know if I have an opinion about that yet. It's certainly not the most creative writing I've seen.
Yes. And, you know, you're an economics reporter. Do you have a sense of, you know, if you had to iterate out AI for the next, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years, what is your thoughts about, you know, how it will impact all of the economic sort of statistics that we all like to pay attention to?
Well, I tell you, at my news company, we're really, we cover, one of the big factors of the economy, of course, is the labor market. And we're trying to suss out as what is this going to do to the labor market, frankly. I think there's a lot of fear. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has been just kind of crazy lately. Software stocks have been dropping because as all these AI products come out, is it going to displace entire companies? So we're on the cusp of trying to figure out how this is going to affect the labor market mostly.
That's fantastic. You know, I was doing a little bit of dialogue before I got here, and I'm thinking, also having worked in the trading and sales world for a while, that the world is, in my view, and sort of what ChatGPT says, we really want to trust an AI model, but ultimately that we could see a world where people, if they had the same basket of goods, right, that they would have to spend 25 to 30% less hours working to earn that same basket of goods. Now, certainly it'll impact the various different quintiles differently at the top end and the lowest end. But it'd be kind of an interesting world. Do you think we'll go to a 4-day work week, or do you think our human needs and wants are just endless?
I don't know about that. There has been an interesting, there's been a debate in the economic circles. We are seeing a pretty substantial increase in productivity. And so there's measures of productivity across the economy. And there's this big debate, is AI causing all this productivity? And nobody really knows. It's very difficult to tell at this point. So for sure, if productivity goes up, of course, the labor market impacts are a concern. And so we're not seeing that. We're kind of seeing a flatlining labor market right now, even as productivity surges. So the theory is that AI is causing that productivity surge, even as the labor market kind of is relatively flat. So that's kind of what we're watching. As far as a 4-day work week, I don't know, that's an interesting concept.
Thank you, Mike. Listen, it was really great talking with you. Thanks for being here today.
Sure.
And we're going to turn it over here to Thomas just for a second. Thomas said he'd be happy to talk on camera. Thomas, what brings you here, and what are you working on?
I am a software engineer, and I came out here. I'm friends with Michael DeLisi back there. I live in his. I'm renting from him right now, and I just came out to kind of improve my skill set when it comes to AI, and just kind of have conversations about it. Being a software engineer, there's been a lot of hot buzz of, AI is gonna take all software engineers' jobs in like the next few months or whatever, and there's a lot of hysterics about that. But really, it's really a tool that can be used in a developer's or a programmer's skill set to help. Like I used it recently to modernize certain code in our tools at my place of work. Modernize it. We had some older frameworks that we needed upgrading, and it helped me with easily doing that, which could have taken like hours to debug and figure that out. It took about an hour less. So And also trying to kind of use the prompts that the builders are using. Specifically, I'm looking at the matchmaking algorithm one, and trying to do that on my own and see what I can get accomplished on my end.
Thank you, Thomas. That's wonderful. Well, you heard it twice here before I turned it over to you, to John Henry. We heard about productivity changes and how it impacted on one side. It looks like the labor market's being impacted, but we're not sure exactly how it feeds through. Kind of makes sense. It's kind of a bottoms-up process. We're all here using it at the bottom here, from the bottoms up. And Thomas right here just basically said, if I may paraphrase, that he saves a lot of time. I'm turning it back over to you, John Henry.
No, thank you so much. I'm just staring over everybody's shoulder up here and getting kind of into it. I do want to take a moment to remind all of the participants here to feel free to move around between tables. Each table is dedicated to something different, to some other problem that's being solved. So feel free to move to different tables and have those conversations. And anybody at home who's listening, this is what you're missing out on by not being here. Probably my favorite question that I've gotten through my earpiece from some of our viewers at home is whether or not I am, in fact, AI generated. And the answer is yes, absolutely. This isn't real. There's a big green screen that's just moved back and forth along the stage. I want to find out a little more about what's going on the floor, but I would be remiss if I didn't check in right here. Now, it's not just the hair that brought me over to you guys. It's also the fact that you've got a sketch pad right there that you've been filling up with questions while typing and going back and forth. I think that's an interesting combo. Can you tell us what you're working on?
I'm currently trying to make a way to upload data and clean data for a dashboard. I'll be continuing to make the whole dashboarding software, and then I'm going to try, if I have time, to create a dashboard.
Okay. And are you guys working together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what are you doing?
Virtually the same thing initially. So the first step of any type of dashboarding is getting the data, right? So we've got to make sure that the fields and everything align up, which we've done a lot of groundwork on. But in this particular process, one of the issues that I'm overcoming right now is a lot of times people import CSVs or a single file, right? But they have whole workbooks. So part of this ingestion process is getting it to understand the whole workbook and being able to match the fields out of the entire workbook to then be able to create the analytics and dashboards from. So phase one is getting the data. To Hope's credit, she was like, wait, we need to get the data first. So phase one is getting the data and having it understand, and then from there, we'll build the dashboards.
Sure.
So part of our process here is we're both on track 4 here. We're both making some KPIs and operational sort of risk dashboards. And so that's how we split it up. So she's working on sort of the operations KPIs, and then I'm going to build the dashboard on the risks of the whole system. You know, is there a mismatch? Is there enough families to adopt? Right? Like all those things, those indicators that show you at a glance how are you operating, and you know, what changes need to be made. Your decision process.
Sure. No, fantastic. And you've got pen and paper going on over here too, which I appreciate. All right, guys, thanks so much. Fascinating stuff. Let's kick it back down to the floor and see how Claire's doing.
Never better. I am here with Adam. He's a CFO, and we were just having a great little conversation about AI and humanity and how it can actually bring people to their most human self. Ironically enough, Adam was brought here through just a regular chance human connection. He met Michael DeLisi at a run club. So human connection brought him here to this AI conference. So Adam, what I was asking you about earlier, and I want to bring everybody in on this conversation, how do you see AI actually allowing the people who work for your organization to be more human and to tap into their unique gifts?
Yeah, and I think it was really interesting what we were talking about earlier. And part of what I'm doing as CFO is really looking to see how we can make the organization operate more efficiently. But naturally, a lot of people see the cutthroat aspect of that and just think, well, you're cutting out people's role and what they're doing. And the interesting thing is, and what we're going to see is discovery of purpose. So, I'm sorry, maybe this is a little too far away. I'm not used to people saying I'm too quiet. Anyway, no, thank you for that. So trying to figure out what the purpose of people is in an environment where a lot of the work can be done in an automated fashion. I find a lot of the workers and people that I work with often hide behind the tasks that they're doing, and suddenly those tasks are gone. And so there's this difficult question of what is my purpose? And as I look at that and think about the individual, it's really what are they great at? Where's the passion? What do they enjoy? And what I've also said to people is, and many people I think in the audience can identify with this, but when you start your morning and you're exhausted by lunch, you may want to examine those tasks. What is it? Because it may not be aligned with your purpose. Now, you can't expect that to be great all of the time, but in this instance, a lot of those tasks are going to be automated, and we're trying to proactively automate them, but really then get underneath that to figure out what can people do that lines up with their passion, their God-given gifts, so that we can really be more productive and use people in a better way. And it's more aligned with what people are meant to do. So,
Thank you, Adam. You make a great case. All right, I'm going to toss it back to John Henry and meet the rest of the team at the host table. We've got some exciting conversations coming your way. Thank you so much, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Claire. And I'm excited. We've had 2 batons so far today, 1 red, 1 green. I can only assume that Coach's green baton means Michael just gave him $100 worth of credits or something. What's going on?
Pretty much, yeah. I want to compliment the builders to my right and left because they're both teach me great things. We reached a great milestone just a moment ago. I'll share my screen and share this.
Yeah, we'd love to see it.
With everybody. So here we are on the Lovable screen. Michael just showed us how to use this. I don't know how to get it up there.
It'll pop up. It'll pop up in a minute.
Okay. So what we've done, and I want to compliment Charlotte and Michael to my right. Michael is building the page that lets a family sign up to receive presents. Charlotte's building a page that lets a family sign up to give presents. And my job is to match those two.
Okay.
So
sure.
about 90 seconds ago, we've got the first live matching console, which is up on the screen. So on the left-hand side, you see 7 families that need presents. You can see they're currently unmatched. You can see the number of adults, children, ages of the children. There's even a little bike icon if the kids want a bicycle.
Okay.
And over on the right, we have 14 sponsors available, and you can see if they have any preferences on the kind of gifts they want to give.
That is amazing. What is next step, or is this, have you met your goal in doing this?
Plenty more we can build. The next step immediately is just to find a way for our nonprofit volunteer to match the family on the left with the sponsor on the right.
Fantastic. All right, guys. Awesome. We appreciate it. I'll follow back up here in a little bit. And I think Claire's ready to go over at our host table. Whenever you're ready, Claire. That is not Claire. That is coming in live from Zoom.
I look beautiful. Wow. All right, so we have a panel here. If I could pull up bios for introductions for people. But once more time, my name is Claire. I'm here with Michelle, who is just cluing me in on a little bit of her background. And we've got another guest joining us live on Zoom. We're going to be talking about the ethics of AI, which if you've been listening to me hem and haw all day, you already know I have some big questions. I'm going to let Michelle introduce herself first, and then we'll introduce our next guest. Michelle, can you tell them a little bit of what you just told me about your background with IBM, all of the Watson stuff? It's super interesting. Go ahead and tell our friends.
Sure. So I've been in content marketing for 25 years. I now work kind of on the back end of that, delivering the content assets to folks all over the world. Back in 2008, I was responsible for creating content for IBM Watson, which was the first AI that IBM ever brought to market. And the way they brought it to market was they trained the AI to beat Jeopardy.
When you said that, because you're throwing out all these terms that I'm not familiar with, right? I'm not an AI person, so you say Watson, I say okay. And then you said Jeopardy, and I thought, well, maybe that's another name. You know, they've all got names. OpenClaw, Watson, Jeopardy. I wasn't at all expecting when you said Jeopardy, you're talking about the TV show, the game.
The TV show, yes. IBM Watson, which is the software that runs on a data center, was trained for 10 years to beat Jeopardy.
Why?
The idea was to demonstrate that that it could answer questions with lightning fast accuracy.
Okay.
For 10 years, IBM downloaded and basically gave Watson the knowledge of the world. It scanned encyclopedias, it scanned phone books, it scanned university databases, it scanned medical journals. It scanned everything and anything it could find, including, of course, the World Wide Web. But it took 10 years to get that information into the data center. The entire data center is Watson at that time. And, you know, they were actually building the chips that went into Watson at the same time. And so, yeah, so they chose Jeopardy because basically Jeopardy would query Watson on all kinds of different things, and it would demonstrate kind of the breadth and depth of what Watson knew.
Very interesting. I'm going to introduce our other guests. We're going to get into both of you.
Absolutely.
Ben, can you hear me?
Hear me.
Ben, you're like our overlord at the conference right now. I wish you could see yourself. It's like our leader, Ben. I feel like the Minions. What is that movie? Despicable Me? We'd be the Minions and you'd be Gru, stealing the moon. Ben, I'm assuming you don't actually steal moons. Can you tell me what your background is? Introduce yourself to everybody.
Absolutely. Hello, everybody. Awesome to be with you. So I was at Microsoft for a long time. I helped pioneer responsible AI and AI ethics there. I was a co-author of the first standard and subsequently worked on all sorts of things, engineering practices and policy and so on. And I thought I learned enough to help another company do that. I worked at Meta. I went back to Microsoft, and now I pioneered kind of this AI and faith intersection at Microsoft, and then subsequently I started my own company in this space called Interintelligence, where I now advise faith organizations in addition to working with big tech companies in things like foundation models and research. And so kind of run the gamut of the tech stack all the way through to kind of socio-technical and even spiritual and religious things from a Catholic perspective.
You know, Ben and Michelle, I'm so excited to be talking to y'all because, as I've been saying all day, I am a natural skeptic of all things AI. It's not just AI. I'm a Luddite in general in all things. I don't own a dishwasher. Somebody in one of our prep calls was be like, yeah, but people look at AI the way we used to look at dishwashers. And I thought, I still look at dishwashers that way. But it's exciting because people like you and I don't always get to talk in this way, especially in such a friendly environment. But also, when I'm telling you that I have this base level of distrust with AI, it's because my day-to-day experience is watching my friends use ChatGPT for things they really shouldn't be using it for, and I'm watching my friends kind of give away some of their agency. So it's exciting for me to get to be talking to you about ethics. Michelle, if you want to open this up a little bit, where do you stand on the current state of AI in our world and sort of the projected growth and ubiquity of it and ethics? What would you like to see? Let me phrase this more specifically. Do you think we should be regulating supply or trying to encourage people to demand it in a healthy, ethical way?
I definitely think we can't regulate supply. It's kind of like, you know, the cat's out of the bag in a sense. It's just out there. And one of the key problems, I think, with ethics and AI is that marketing and advertising, which is what I do, has already sold the public on the fact that AI is ubiquitous, which it is not. But it sold everyone that AI is out there and it's here to stay and it's everywhere. And, you know, kind of almost in a you should just submit kind of way. That's my opinion anyway. And I don't think that's true whatsoever. And, you know, my opinion is in the United States especially, ethics is about the last thing that companies, especially enterprise companies, care about. And I know that from actual experience in my current company. And unfortunately, we don't take the perspectives that Europe, for example, takes, which is ethics should be decided first before we build. And they have already put in place ethical regulations around AI, data privacy, and things like that, which we haven't even bothered to do in most cases.
Ben, thank you, Michelle. I'm going to ask you a similar question there. So if we can kind of assume, unless you have a differing opinion, if we can kind of assume that supply won't be regulated, whether it should or shouldn't be, it won't be here in the United States, what culpability do you think the consumer has, and how can consumers engage with AI ethically?
It's really a shared responsibility, and I think in my experience in the last decade pioneering this space, I have seen ethics be real in big technology companies, and it's real in pockets. It's not perfect. It's that's why we have laws. That's why we have lawsuits. That's why we have all sorts of dynamics in place to check and balance the companies. I think you see even that dynamic in the recent Anthropic Department of War situation we have, right? I think there's a ongoing dialogue at the societal level, at the national level. I want to zoom down though into kind of what you said about agency. I think this is really important where as people of faith or people of everybody has a faith. I think everybody has faith in something. There's this need to have a real discernment of spirits, discernment of what's really going on, and that involves this the interaction with our conscience, to have that kind of understanding of what is our own individual responsibility as it relates to kind of this like organizational, societal, global, and also eschatological. What are we working towards? Why are we doing what we're doing? Asking these questions and thinking with. That's really what conscience means, is this thinking with, knowing with, and that's where my interintelligence kind of side comes on and says like we are in this together. And those who are isolated by AI use, those who are who go down the path we've seen in the news of suicide and more, I think those are certainly both misuses and poor design choices that can be remedied through deliberate work, through discernment of spirits, through living our faith actively.
Mm-hmm. Something that I've been talking about with my co-hosts a lot this weekend. We talk about the individual and agency. What I worry about, not just with AI, but with a lot of things, someone else's choices around AI, they do end up affecting me too. I'm someone who's pretty much chosen to the best of my ability, pretend it's not happening, right? I never use ChatGPT, but Google keeps suggesting it. Like, it's hard to outrun, even if you're not particularly interested in integrating it into your life. It feels like it's going to be affecting me either way. What would you say to the, I guess, AI hesitant and those worried about how it's affecting society on a larger scale, even if they're not participating?
Well, I think it's definitely important to be skeptical. I think there is a healthy skepticism is not a bad thing. Any technology could be used for good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
You can pick up a hammer and you can, hit a nail with it, or you can hit it against somebody's arm.
Mm-hmm.
So any technology should be used carefully. And, AI is the same way. I think it's very important to look at major AI providers like ChatGPT and know what's in their engine. Know what data runs ChatGPT, what's it being trained on? Mm-hmm. How does it answer questions? What's an inference engine? How does it work? And what could it possibly be telling my children in school if it's used? What kind of question? How does it answer questions, and how is it used? Those are valid questions, and you should always ask that of any AI tool. So that's my big take on that, is to just be wary of any enterprise tool that is used in a product that could affect your family, that you might not have control over, such as a school adopting an enterprise ChatGPT tool, to using it for whatever they're going to use it for, research or whatever, but they may make that available inside a search engine that's available for students, for example.
Absolutely. We're going to toss it to John Henry in just a second, but Ben, any last words on navigating, what is happening?
What I would say is, what I learned in my responsible AI work is you have to really do your best to look at the potential downstream effects of what you're doing. And this involves looking at the web of chain and a chain of reactions, right? I think it's hard to do that with our limited purview. There's a old German saying, whoever sees more is more right. And I think in this case, really working towards our deeper understanding of what's going on in these systems, of course, but I think there's also a deliberate kind of participatory move here where people of faith and specifically I'd say in this context our Christian brethren and Catholic perspectives like come to bear on both like the model behavior, on the system design, on where it's deployed, on who gets the resources, on how the resources get there in the first place, how the chips are made. The whole ecosystem requires both our participation and our care. And maybe the last thing I'll say is the logos that we know Christ made. All things were made through the logos. There's a logos and a reason for this set of technologies. And Maximus the Confessor would say, we have to figure out the tropos, the right way to deploy and use. And that's my final word there, yeah.
Well, Ben and Michelle, thank you both so much for your expertise and your care. Again, for people who have a little bit of fear around these things, it's always nice for people like me to meet people like yourselves who really do care about the ethics and put a lot of care into this. I can sleep a little bit sounder at night, so thank you both so much for your time and your work. So I am going to toss it over to John Henry, who looks like he's probably in hair and makeup right now. What are they doing, John Henry? They're doing your hair?
Yeah, I'm currently having I was trying to make an AI joke, but I couldn't come up with it. But I'm literally having my battery replaced right now. We're going to get that solved, but in the meantime, there we go. Let's go this way, Julian. I wanted to kick it over to Mr. and Mrs. Rice. They are sort of the leads for Adopt a Family, and they're having a lot of great conversations right now. I wanted to follow up with them and try to get some feedback in real time. Are you guys okay with me interrupting your conversation so we can put it on here and hear what you guys are talking about? Some real-time feedback?
Absolutely. Yeah, bring it in.
By all means.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm gonna get settled up.
Hey, make it happen.
I just want to make sure that
putting batteries in you.
There we go. I think I'm good now.
Yeah.
All right, with this one, my earpiece is working.
He's live.
But it will be soon. So can you guys just share a little bit what you guys are talking about, sort of some real-time feedback about your organization?
Sure. Yeah. These guys are just asking questions. They're kind of building a CRM component that we can go through and make sure that we're interacting with donors, or if we get new donors, and then the outreach to sponsors. Sometimes we'll get a big corporation, a Verizon, a Home Depot, somebody like that reaches out and they're like, hey, I'm on a sales team. I've got 10 folks with me. We want to adopt 5 families, and so building a database that kind of tracks all those versus our Excel sheet would be very helpful. So they were just asking some questions around that.
What's sort of your number one priority? If I were to say, what's one thing you would love to walk out of here with today for Adopt a Family, what would that be?
Well, as in most operations, Isabel's brains of the operation.
Sure.
So she is all the back and forth on the email. And so really just being able to cut down on that email time, whether it's, we do 750 families out of Christ the King. So 750 families is immediately 750 emails.
Right, sure.
Or if people, take a couple families, but it's a lot of emails. And so even just formatting a initial email that, can go out to everybody would take away a lot of clicks and a lot of hours on the computer. And then same to these guys, if we could reach more people quickly and more efficiently, then that would obviously be a huge help as well. So,
can you speak to the translation piece, the importance of the translation piece?
Yeah, it's huge, especially on the intake side for the Catholic Charities, and I know Melda was here earlier, but that piece, that's sourcing for us, 20 or 30 volunteers at 8 to 10 different times to get bilingual volunteers that can do intake. So that alone would save incredible amounts of time. So all of it is extremely helpful. If we can find a way to link all these together, we might work ourselves out of a job. But
that's the goal, man, to at least make it as easy as it can possibly be. Well,
sure.
Thank you so much for partnering with us in this. We're super excited about it. We talked a lot in the beginning about AI is a tool, it's not going anywhere, right?
Yeah.
But the idea is how can we use that tool for good, for humans, right?
Well,
for the sake of building up our brothers and sisters in Christ. And
sure. Well, and Isabel and I have talked about it, and 3 boys, and they're all in sports and school and all their extracurriculars, and that, we've kind of hit our max with 750 as it relates to just what we are capable of producing. And so anything that frees up time, it's not that there aren't more people in need,
Sure.
and it's not that there aren't more donors out there, but it's what we can physically produce. And so
Absolutely.
being more efficient means we get to help more people.
That's
So,
fantastic.
yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Rice.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate your
Yeah,
time.
appreciate
God
it.
bless you. I'll leave you all to that. I'm going to kick it down to Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much. And that is the quote of the day. We want to be more efficient so we can help more people. Speaking of someone who is here to see AI for the first time, I'm here with a man named Stephen who came here to be at the event, and I just want to spend a little time with Stephen and maybe tell us a little bit about what you hope AI can do. And look, Stephen, we know you're a little bit skeptical about this, so welcome. What brings you here?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Michael Lyons, for the invite. Excuse me, and Jeff Kassman for the invite. And yeah, I would say I'm a little skeptical of all of this in general. Some level of just it's a powerful tool that can be used for evil, and so. But I want to try to be open to how we can, understand it, learn it, channel it for good.
Fantastic, fantastic. And you walk into a room like this today, a little bit skeptical, but in concept, we're here to help adopt a family, which I would like to think we think is a good cause.
Of course.
Is there any use maybe on your heart that if you could get past the skepticism and maybe use it for a force for good, like is there something that really speaks to you that maybe we can use God's gifts for?
Well, we were talking a minute ago how I just came down from Nashville for a big fundraising gala for an organization called Operation Lightshine, that's helping in the child trafficking space or human trafficking space, and it's a passion project of mine that I'm starting to get into, helping launch a company called Rescue Coffee and Fitness to try to help make it maybe a small dent in that space. So yeah, if there's tools there that could be applied in that to better fight that fight for our children, then that's probably what I'm most interested in starting to learn about today.
That's awesome. And we were talking earlier about, maybe one of the ways it could be used. Last night till 2 o'clock in the morning, and Michael were sitting there working, and like, there's a prompt to use to do background checks here. And Michael, you can do background checks on? Tell you what, do it on me. So we took some snapshots. I still haven't seen the results, so I don't know how bad it is. But what if it was a lot easier to look for the bad guys?
For sure. Sadly, some kind of a larger percentage of the organizations in the human trafficking space are actually that say that they're fighting it are actually contributing to the problem.
Wow.
I don't want to put a
sure. Yeah.
It's a much larger percentage than we would want to think. So yeah, even you don't always know who's who, and who's the good players and not. So certainly that would be very interesting if something could be more efficiently done to kind of find out who's who and who you should partner with. Yeah.
That's great. And what if we could use all of these incredible tools that we have? We've got GPS to really pinpoint where these individuals are, and leapfrog maybe what's a bit of a monopoly that's preventing other organizations from really stepping into the fight against trafficking. Would that be helpful?
I would say so. Yeah, maybe not sure yet exactly what that would look like, but
yeah,
that's why we put rooms together of much smarter people than us to collaborate, perhaps.
Amen.
And figure that out.
Amen. Well, Stephen, thank you very much for sharing your comments. It's wonderful to have you here. I hope that your mission to end child trafficking is there. And I'd love to talk to you later and see how I might be part of that. And we're going to take a quick break in just a second. Folks, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Hope that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those of you watching at home, we are back. Thank you guys so much. We are still rocking and rolling. We got a lot of movement happening. A lot of guys moving back and forth between tables. Thank you for doing that. Remember, each table has a different problem that they're working on in particular. And I'm excited to be back here watching a lot of people doing a lot of stuff that I don't understand, but it's been pretty phenomenal. I am going to follow up with Charlotte here in a minute because I've got some specific questions about something they've got going. But first, I want to talk briefly about our sponsors. Send a huge shout out to our sponsors that are coming up on this screen right now, right? City on Purpose, the Lumen Institute, the Christian Channel, Phase Center, Futures Productions, Imago Dei, big shout out. This shirt right here is Imago Dei. The Fraternity of St. Hubert, check them out, and Subverum, right? These are our sponsors. Without them, this couldn't happen today. Without them, Michael Lyons would have had to spend a lot more money putting credits on everybody's accounts. But this is the first of what's hopefully going to be many, many of these Build with Christ AI events. And these guys are the ones who are sponsoring with us to try to make sure that AI is a tool that is used for good, that is used for human flourishing, that is used in a way that builds up and reaffirms the dignity of our brothers and sisters, right, made in the image and likeness of God. And with that, I think we're going to pop back down to Claire, who is somewhere on the floor. I don't see her, but Claire, I'm ready when you are.
I'm here, I promise.
You go, girl.
There you go. Wow, I think I just double mic'd myself somehow. So I am out here with Andrea or Andrea? How do I say it?
Andrea.
Andrea. I didn't get it. Yeah, I did two and I didn't get it right. So Andrea is a CEO and has been of a couple different companies.
This is my 22nd.
No kidding. More than a couple little companies, right? I'd love to hear about your experience with the growth of AI, the growth and ubiquity of AI as a CEO across 22 companies. How have you seen it change over time?
Well, we saw a big leap during COVID, where people were changing how the workflows were, hybrid workforce and all that. Now with AI becoming so ubiquitous and also so acceptable, even in some of the larger, more established institutions, there's a lot more autonomy and freedom inside a role to deploy AI in new ways that haven't been used. Where I've seen it make the biggest impact is when founders specifically are not afraid to challenge their own thinking. Because usually the things that they did to get to where they are feel very comfortable to a founder CEO. And they also kind of get addicted to being the smartest person in the room or having the answers. Therefore, they become the bottleneck, right? So all roads lead to them. And if they are willing to set their ego aside and actually realize they may be the ringmaster, not necessarily the star of the show, that's when they get the big hockey sticks of growth. And AI is the easiest tool to help them leverage some things that maybe their talent pool can't.
Wow, that is really, really interesting. Day in and day out, what does just a normal use of AI look like for you as a founder and a CEO?
Well, one of the companies I own, it's my oldest company, 24 years, custom software, mobile app development. And we always prided ourselves on being really good at solving tough problems and building software that others had failed at. It wasn't templatized. And now that's not as sexy as it used to be. And so establishing frameworks and things to build better faster is what that company has done to continue to be relevant and thrive. Meanwhile, I'm down to maybe 2 hours a week on that company, so I can focus on some of the human behavior aspects of the other companies that I own, because that's one thing that has not caught up to the AI side. I'm a certified hypnotherapist and train in NLP and design human engineering. So I focus with my teams more on the behavior and how they can actually use their ingenuity and intuition and EQ to leverage really effective AI. That's the biggest change I've seen.
You know what? We have a little bit more time here before I have to throw back, so I'm going to do something kind of on the spot. Adam, do you want to come back into this conversation? Because Adam is a CFO, you're a CEO, right? And you're saying the exact same thing. And I interrupted their conversation so that I could steal her for a chat. So let's bring Adam back into the conversation that's rightfully his. She's saying something very similar to what you were saying, which is that you're bringing back the humanity to people by taking away some of this, what would you call it? Would you call it busy work? The work that you said they were hiding behind?
I would just say it's important work, or what used to be important Oh, sorry, again. No, I would say it's work that we used to see as important work, but now we can transcend that in a different way and then uncover work that we might be more in our purpose. It's an interesting conversation. It's just like and we hear a lot about AI and how it's changing the way that we do things, similar to massive transformations in the past. Mm-hmm. You joked, Claire, about the dishwasher, right? You know, before the dishwasher, similar to what you do today, you're washing dishes by hand. Not really necessary for most people, right, except for the Luddites out there. But, you know, with that work being removed, it allows people to figure out what to do with that time. And it's not like you sit on your hands. If you're not washing your dishes, you find something else to do. And so what is that next thing? That's the scary thing we're all talking about now. Mm-hmm. We're trying to rapidly get to that and then figure out. It's going to be really interesting to see what we find.
And it might end up being a little bit more person to person, right? Because the reason that I don't have a dishwasher, partially it's space. I have a 1-bedroom apartment in a tiny little spot, right? But a big part of it is my dishwashing time is sacred to me. That's thinking time, that's processing time, and it's actually time that makes me more human. Because I worry that otherwise I might be using that. Ironically, what I would be using that time for is scrolling or binging Netflix, and that is this laborious human task gets me away from that. Does that make sense?
That's very normal.
Yeah,
we need another microphone. But that's why people get their best ideas while driving or in the shower or going for a walk, because it's like you've given your brain permission to slide into that subconscious and come up with really creative ideas. And to Adam's point, it is about purpose and finding our purpose. And if we're no longer doing the busy work and we have more time to think and contemplate, that can be uncomfortable for somebody that's never had to face that question. But I would say, to your point too, it also makes more impact if you're able to have more bandwidth and time, so you come up with these ways to create more impact. So it's purpose meets impact because we're no longer washing the dishes by hand.
Yeah. Do you too find that you have to cultivate, because I know you said people, when you remove those jobs, those tasks that they've been hiding behind, how do you cultivate that humanity in a person? Is there some time you need to spend as a team? How do you do that?
There is some therapy.
Yeah, that's kind of the word I'm looking for. Yeah,
because
exactly.
Now we're talking about identity.
Yes.
And when somebody has done something for 30 years the same way and they feel very proud of themselves for it, now they don't know who they are. Mm-hmm. We were just talking.
Yeah, no, that's right. And I'll give you some examples too in the marketing side of things. We recently went through how we do our marketing digitally, and we realized that we can automate a whole lot of that and make it a lot faster. And we had some people in that department that were way more traditional. You know, they knew the task and they would follow those set lists of tasks, and suddenly that's gone. It's very disruptive for them. But now, instead of that, and Andrea and I were talking about this just a minute ago, it becomes crucial to articulate what you're trying to do. And historically, being able to articulate that wasn't as important as understanding your list of tasks. Well, now you've got to be able to say, here's exactly what we're trying to get to. And then if you can do that in a really concise way, then you've got an AI agent that can translate that into those.
Being faster to fail.
That's exactly right.
If you're iterating that quickly, being faster to fail means a lot more forward momentum, because if I'm doing that, I could make 12 mistakes, course correct, and still be way ahead of somebody over there who's contemplating to consider to evaluate before they make a move. I still end up winning.
Yeah.
Because of speed.
Yeah. Well, very interesting conversation. Thank you both so much. I'm going to throw it back to John Henry, because speaking of humanity, I heard we are getting live feedback from our streaming viewers. So John Henry, back to you.
Laka, there we go. All right, so I'm up here, I'm roaming around, I'm talking to all these different people, and we got a green baton. Did that just happen?
Yeah, sorry. Just now.
Okay.
15 seconds.
All right, we're going to get a green baton, and then we're getting some live feedback from those listening to us at home. What's going on? Give us the update.
Yeah, so we've finished the spec. It's already started building, and we wanted to share because it came up with some pretty cool things. So we've got kind of the first step of the sponsor guided process. So what I'm going to share here is essentially the trigger for this part of our app is what Tom's been working over here, which is there's a match generated. So we're going to have a dummy sponsor, Sarah Johnson. They're matched with the MH15 Garcia family. So we're going to just create that as a dev trigger. Am I sharing screen right
And
now?
did it actually program this for you? Was the AI able to actually run the whole thing, or was it a copy-paste job?
No, so we just gave it a spec, and it gave us a plan. We modified that plan a little bit, ran it, said, okay, you're going to start building incrementally. So these are the first two steps it did. So it created a login page, created some dev tools so that I could kind of run a demo. And then, so as you'll see here, so let's pretend I'm a sponsor, so Sarah Johnson. Right now it's just a dummy password. But it logs in, you can see they've been matched to two different families here. So the Smith family and the Garcia family. We'll fulfill a wish here. So here they've got the Smith family's information. So we've got multiple steps here. So they got to purchase the items, they got to wrap them, label them, drop it off.
And this is what I would see if I were a sponsor family.
Exactly. So
That's
here,
amazing.
so here you have all the children that are part of that Smith family. They've got their wish list items, so they could say, okay, I got the art supplies set, I got the Lego Duplo set. I could then upload a picture of that. So that's kind of my confirmation to these folks that, hey, I got the items. And then after I completed that, it'll go on to the next step of wrapping instructions.
And this was all, like, none of this existed this morning when you sat down?
Nope.
That's so cool to me. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, if I can pull you in, Mrs. Rice, are you comfortable giving us some live feedback? I've seen you talking to a lot of people.
Yes. Thank you so much for being here. I think my mind is just blown.
Yes, ma'am.
We have definitely been doing this in the most primitive way. So it is fascinating to me to see, all their God-given talents, like exercise their, I don't know, this is just unbelievable.
That's great. No, thank you so much. Does anybody have any live, live feedback on, I don't know, this big, what Jake just accomplished here compared to what you were doing previously? Can you walk us through the distinction or how this will make your life easier?
I mean, there's really no similarity. You know what I mean? So other than they were just seeing a list of all these things, but there was no kind of checking back and forth.
Sure.
Sometimes things were missing, so I think that's going to be able to be eliminated. And I think the confirmation back, and then moving down, I feel like I was going in reverse. So this is the beginning to the end, but then looking at the dashboard and seeing how I can access that information to see how far deep into the 750 families we are is huge.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we so appreciate it.
And I was just going to say that the check-in will allow us, sometimes you just get lost in 750 families, and so you'll get to 2 weeks out and you're like, I've never actually gotten an email from that person. Are they engaged? Are they shopping? You haven't heard anything. So the fact that they're going to check a box and say I completed that step, and we know that they've at least shopped. They may not have wrapped, but that's in process is massive.
No, that's amazing. That's what I keep coming back to out here is the fact that this makes it so simple. The lack of manpower and manual entry, and it's blowing my mind. So this has been really great. I think we're about to shoot it over to Richard on Zoom. We've got somebody zooming into us right now. We're going to have somebody. There he is. What's up, Richard?
There we go. All right. Can you all hear me? This is looking awesome. So, yes, my name's I'm building out some video projects, and what you all have been focusing on, how do you leverage AI in coding and building out projects, and what I'm focused on is leveraging AI to build out the visual side. So unfortunately, I'd love to be there with you all, and we'd be working on some projects, which would be a blast, but I got my flight canceled before I could get there, so I'm in the airport right now, and we're doing our best. So I think what we're going to start off with, we're going to play you guys a clip of a video that I've made with some of these techniques that I'm going to be showing you here in a second, and then after you guys see that, I'm going to shoot over to kind of tell you guys a little bit about technique and how that happens.
You trying to get Richard's screen shared?
And they desecrate. Marked.
All right, so yeah, what you just saw, that was a little narrative segment from a 6-minute short film that I built out for a client a few months back, and it was a really fun project. That was narrative focused, but the incredible thing about AI is that you can leverage that in almost any visual way that you want. And so I'm going to break down the most fundamental process that I use to build out that little project, and you can use that process to build anything. It could be a commercial. You could be building out corporate headshots for people, or you could even be building out UI for your app that you're building. So we're going to jump into our slideshow here, and I'm going to show you guys with a couple examples of what that looks like. And I'm just waiting for confirmation to make sure that we've got that up. And while that's going up, I'll just explain for sort of the first slide that has the image and the text there. Yeah, so we can go ahead and hit that next slide. So this is the first sort of most fundamental process of AI visuals. So the first thing you're doing is you are using text to create an image. And so the models are trained on massive sets of data, of course, and what they do is they take text inputs and then output images. And so that's what you start with. And there's I have at the bottom, or at the top there, you see the tool that I use to make that photo is called Nano 2. That's Google's model. They also, it's also known as Gemini Flash, their new Gemini Flash model. And it's currently the best image generation model. It's extremely powerful. It's also very good at making exactly what you said in the text prompt. And so you start by doing that. You start by generating an image from text. And then we can go ahead and move to that next slide so we can see what we do with that. And so the problem is oftentimes when you generate an image, it's not exactly what you want. It's missing major critical features in ways that you would really look for, especially if you're doing something narrative. Especially in narrative work, you have very particular needs. And so what you see there is specifying that you want to make a certain edit. And so that process allows you to get really particular about what you want to edit. So that second image is the edited image, and that's what when I got that image, that was the final image. I was happy with that. And so then we'll move to the next slide, and this is where things get really, really cool. So you now can then use other tools to take that image and animate them. So what you're now seeing is an animated version of that tool, of that image. And what that means is, and this is sort of a critical feature of the process, is that you want to do all of the heavy lifting in the image. So you make sure that you generate good images with your text, and then you edit them well with the editing process. And if you do all that really well, then you set yourself up for all you need is a good animation in the animation process. And so you can see there I've listed the tools that I use for that. That's Kling 3.0 and Topaz Video AI, and I'll explain. The Kling 3.0 is the one that's animating it, and then Topaz Video AI is a tool that you can use to increase the quality of the videos. So that would be increasing resolution and then kind of adding detail here and there, and it just adds an overall quality to the video output. So that is the most fundamental process. And so if we go to the next slide, what we'll see is that making a large project is basically just doing that process for an entire, in this case, an entire narrative short film. So that first little clip you saw, that was a part of this larger 6-minute short film. Every one of those little images you're seeing on the screen there, that was a frame that was animated to build out the shots for the entire that goes longer than the rest. That was actually the set of images that generated that little film that you saw at the beginning. So a couple other just interesting things that and a sort of word of encouragement: when you're building stuff out, it's never easy. So this makes it look really easy. You're going to be running into areas where the models aren't doing exactly what you want, and the outputs aren't as high a quality as you want. And that's where I think it just experience and technique comes into play. So you'll get a sense of what models are good at generating and where they need guidance to really output something really particular. And like I said, just to reiterate, the power of the creativity is in the image process. So you can do other kind of processes like text to video, where you just give a text input and it gives you a video output. But those, what you really want is to be able to express your creativity as thoroughly as possible. And that little method I just gave you is right now the best way of doing that. So that's the next slide, and that concludes it for my little demonstration here. And like I said, I'd love to be out there building projects with you guys, but being stuck in LAX doesn't make that very easy. So happy building, and I'm sure you all will make some incredible stuff with these new video techniques.
Richard, thank you so much. That was amazing. So I've now been tasked with what is normally a really fun objective, but today, given the nature of the room and the food on the table and the laptops, becomes a pretty terrifying objective. I'm supposed to throw out some t-shirts. So this is, normally you chuck these suckers at people or shoot them out of a cannon. Today I'm going to gently toss to avoid water bottles spilling on laptops and all of that good stuff. Anybody want one? If you want one, it's all yours. Yeah, there you go. If you want, boom shakalaka. Last one. Oh, I'm sorry. He's right here. The risk of me hitting something is better, and he looks like he wants one more than you guys do. It's nothing personal. So once again, thank you guys all for coming out today. We've got a lot more going on. We're about to go back down to the floor, but before we do that, I had a question that I wanted to ask to, I think, the only person on the stage who I haven't had a conversation with yet, which is Charlotte. Charlotte is now wearing a purple coach hat, which means I should probably ask her for some advice. I hate to interrupt, but can I ask you a really quick question? So earlier, I saw you were having trouble with something, and I heard you say to one of them, right, I should try it in Gemini, right, or I should try it. Why did you make that decision? What does that mean? I understand that's a different AI system, and did it work for you? Would you mind sharing with us?
Yeah, so earlier we were looking at how we could basically pull information that will be filled out from the piece that I'm building and populate that information to every other piece that's downstream from this. Okay. And so there was a way that we could reference each other's projects within the same workspace by saying use data from there. And then it stopped working and it wasn't working, and then my whole part stopped working, and I was like, well, let me go ask Gemini if the way that I'm doing this is not right, and I actually can't get it to reference live data. I can only get it to reference really basic things from somebody else's piece. And so I put that in Gemini, and Gemini was like, yeah, you're not going to be able to do what you're trying to do with the way that you're trying to do it. And I was like, okay, let me just...
So it didn't fix it, but it told you to stop trying. Yeah, great. Hey, that's helpful sometimes.
Yeah, so essentially the best way to do this is just to build each piece individually, and then instead of trying to have them all reference each other, kind of build them all in the back end later on. Okay. Instead of trying to have them reference each other in real time, because there's just too many things.
Sure. I love it. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you taking the time. All right, we're going to kick it down to Chris, who's looking great, by the way, Chris. You're still killing it. Nice T-shirt. Yeah, rock and roll. It's all you.
Thanks, John Henry.
I thought I had the best beard in this room, but it's clearly you. And you know what, to the last point, it's so important. Teaching is such an important function in society, isn't it? It's the way that we all learn, and it's so great to have all these coaches on stage who have donated their time. I've got two things I want to talk about. First is these tables right here that we have here, and this is the challenge with being online, and you should be here in this room. Folks, next time we have an event, we want to see you right here. But the tables here, we have the coding table over here. We also have an automation table. We have advertising behind me, and of course, beginning business. And all of these individuals are working together. Hey, guys at the different tables, if you feel like you need to move, don't hesitate. Shift from business to advertising or to the open source. But what I really want to talk about now is a person who didn't expect to be here today. And in fact, one of our coaches is very excited to see this interview. But we have a special guest here today, and I just kind of want to see what brought this special guest here. Do you want to come in here into the light? Okay, who do we have here?
Hey, this is Jonah.
Hi, Jonah. What brings you here today?
I'm trying to learn all the things. Learn about AI.
Awesome. Oh, and here's Daddy.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad. How's it feel to bring little Jonah here today?
It feels really good. I think he's getting a head start on life and AI.
That's awesome. And do you think he's going to be an AI fanatic, or do you think he's going to be a skeptic? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it depends if he can get if he can find more milk with AI. Maybe he'd like that. But I don't know. He looks pretty skeptical.
How is AI sourcing? We need to know, direct sourcing to sustenance. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
did AI help him take more naps? Then I think he'd be happy with that.
That'd be huge. I think every parent in this place wants to see that. The AI can really help more naps. How about you? Do you want to sleep a little bit longer? Yes. Well, it's so great to see you today, Jonah, and Mom and Dad.
Yeah.
It's so good to have you both. Thanks for bringing them here today. Start them early, right?
Yeah.
All right. Turn back to John Henry. You're up, John.
Chris, thank you so much. So I've been up and down the line. I haven't followed up here with the end of the line, though, so I wanted to take a second real quick and see what's going on with you guys. How's it looking?
Looking good. Still, well, I'm seeing a couple issues with some details, but...
Can you tell me what kinds of things you're having issues with? Because once again, I'm sort of looking in from the outside. I'm not even sure what the types of problems could be. I don't even know what I don't know.
I've just come across a reference where voice intake is lacking password validation. So, in other words, I'm trying to kind of nail down security issues, and so it appears I've found something that has no password validation. So that's something I'm definitely going to try and nail down.
Okay, no, fantastic, thank you. What about you? How are things going over here?
Yeah, so I went up to Charlotte, and then she has something that ready enough for me to do some testing. So I'm just going in and then plugging in and then testing something.
Are you able to share this screen with us so we can see what's going on?
Where's the share screen?
So if we were to give this a rough percentage of how, 0 being you've got nothing done and 100 being you've completed everything you wanted to do for today, where do you think you are right now?
Oh, for the testing? Right now, probably like 20%.
That's what?
Because, we have a lot of tracks, and then I think this is the first one that ready for me to do testing.
Sure. Okay. All right. Fantastic. No, thank you so much. Yeah, and if any of our builders are not currently screen sharing with us, please go ahead and do that so we can look at this stuff. I'm a visual learner, and I want to be shown what to do, not just told what's going on. So if you haven't done that already, please do it. And now we're going to kick it over to Claire, who's sitting with the table.
All right, I am cheating a little bit this time because I already know this guest. This is my old friend John Blandford here with his father Larry Blandford. How are you guys?
Great. We're doing well, thank you.
Doing great. Okay, so I wanted to talk to John a little bit about our most recent panel. Oh, thank you. Hair and makeup in the house. Awesome, even better. I wanted to talk to him about our most recent panel because John is a very talented producer and creator in the television and film space. You might have seen some of his films in theater, Monster Summer. He has this great new animated show called Great Battles for Boys. You've got to check it out, especially if you have young sons. John, let's talk about AI in film and television and what you heard today. What are you thinking?
No, I thought Richard's presentation was fascinating. I think first and foremost, it's really exciting to see someone as young as Richard, who's still in college, engaged with this technology and so optimistic about it. I think for folks a little bit more tread off the tires in the industry, there's a lot of fear and kind of paranoia about what AI could do in terms of replacing talent and replacing artistry. But it's exciting to see a young guy like Richard view it from a very different, more optimistic lens of now me, the little guy, can create something of a spectacle like Tron without needing gatekeepers to let me in, right? So I think that's what's really exciting from my point of view of what Richard was talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. And for you, what does deploying AI in your creative work look like day to day?
Yeah, we're definitely we're not AI deniers at Pastime Pictures. We are just, I would say, cautiously studying it and keeping an eye on it, largely just more from a concern of like intellectual property protection. There's a lot of questions around where these tools are pulling the data and the image kind of foundation to build these concepts, to build these images. And so we want to kind of insulate our IP from that concern. But we want to be very aware of the tools and how we can maybe use those tools to improve upon the IP we're building and create efficiencies and cost reductions.
Awesome. I agree. It's something we're all culpable for. We keep talking about the culpable consumer when it comes to AI, but also, of course, the culpable creator. This isn't exactly on topic, but I've got to ask, what else can we expect from Pastime Pictures coming up?
Well, thank you for the shout out on Great Battles for Boys. We're going to be dropping on Angel on April 8th.
So awesome.
Season 1 of that is focusing primarily on American history with the 250th birthday coming upon us. So we'll have 14 or so episodes kind of by the end of the year that's all referencing different cool points in American history, relating key battles that our nation has gone through to topics and themes that young kids, especially middle school age boys, can relate to. And you know, because of the heroes in those battles and everything, it represents a lot of like virtues and more traditional masculinity to be admired and not condemned. So we're really leaning into that
Love
show.
to hear
We're
it.
excited about that show.
Well, thank you. And then again, you can find Great Battles for Boys, distributed by Angel Studios, any day now, celebrating the 250th. Awesome. Thank you. Let's talk to another wonderful historian. Mr. John Henry is on stage with some updates from our builders.
Thank you so much, Claire. So I am sitting down here next to my friend, it's Rylan?
Yeah, great job.
Raina. And before earlier today, I touched base with her and she mentioned something about wrong ways to use AI, incorrect ways to do it. Would you mind talking a little bit about that with us?
Sure. So one simple way, and I'm sharing a screen, so if they want to pull that up on the large screen, is if you do a new chat in ChatGPT and you insert your resume and maybe the job description, you're going to get a lot of hallucinations potentially. But if you use a GPT that someone else created, and in this case, Jeremy Schiffling, I recommend this public GPT, he configured it, and you add it in there, there's going to be a lot of guidance based on how he configured it.
And what is a hallucination? Pardon my ignorance.
It could say that you're a PhD doctor and you're really not.
Oh, that sounds great. No.
Because LLMs, large language models, generate text, they do that very well.
Okay.
And if you don't have reins on the horses, what do racehorses do? They run.
Sure.
Right? So that's just like the LLM, and that's actually a description one of my AI-powered job search workshop teammates uses. So I'm stealing that from him, Carlos Goricho.
I love it.
But I'm going to show you my configured GPT on how to do an elevator pitch.
Oh, fantastic.
And so you could see behind the scenes what someone who develops a public GPT, how it's configured. And so you give it instructions. You also can upload documents, and those documents help guide them in drafting an elevator pitch.
Okay.
So that is why a public GPT is far better than you going in and doing just a chat GPT. Now, if you have good prompting skills, you'll probably do okay.
I keep hearing more and more about that, there is a skill to prompting, which doesn't seem terribly intuitive, right? When I'm just thinking, well, I say what I want, and then I do it. What does that look like?
So they call that prompt engineering, and there's a lot of frameworks that you can use. And Michael described how you give it a role, and one framework is RICE, so the capital RIICE.
Okay.
You give it a role, you give it an intent, you give it, I can't remember what the other I is, but C would be context, and then E would be an example. So the more you give it in a framed prompt, you'll get a better result.
Okay. All right. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. This has been fun. I really am just like, I feel like a sponge. I'm just learning everything. Hey, you weren't here a second ago when I sat down. How's it going? Another day in paradise, brother. Don't want to be anywhere else. I think I'm going to kick it down to the floor again with Chris, where we might have a little bit of a disagreement going on. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's right, John Henry. You know, I'm an AI optimist, but we talked about this a little bit earlier. We said, you know, AI can be used in such ways that really hurt learning, can it? And I'm standing here with a great young man named John Paul. We're having a great discussion. By the way, one of my favorite names, because St. John Paul II is my church, and he's one of my heroes. And my wife's family is from Poland, so we have great respect for John Paul. What a beautiful name. I'm kind of curious, John Paul, and what brought you here today first? And then maybe we'll tip into some questions about what it's like to use AI as a teenager.
So I was at home, and then my dad's like, we're going to this Build a Christ thing on Saturday. I was like, interesting.
Yeah, sounds really interesting. Now, I was asking you, okay, so tell me what happens. Like, you're in high school, and your friends, do they use ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Like a little, or like all the time?
Like a lot of the time.
Okay. And can you think of some ways that we could use ChatGPT and be tempted to use ChatGPT, a good Catholic word, in a way that maybe stumps learning?
I think it enhances learning.
Does it? Tell us about that.
Like, for example, I like to debate, and so it helps me find facts faster. So it gives me more time to think about how can I apply this to an argument rather than just spend my time just researching the facts.
That's fantastic. So it helps you in collating the information and bringing it together. But wait. Don't sometimes people use it to, I don't want to say it, but cheat?
Like on essays?
Maybe.
I mean, yes.
So,
but if you look at it, has there been much learning actually happening these past years, even before AI? See, scores have been going down even before AI happened. AI is just accelerating it because school is outdated system of education.
That makes sense to me. As a classical school, let's call it founder, a very big heart for classical education, we want to sort of focus students on the proper learning in that respect. But pushing back again is, I'm tempted sometimes to have something else write it. I like to give talks and learn how to give public speeches, but sometimes I'm tempted to have the AI write it. Is that, let's say you're taking a writing course and you have it write the whole thing. Isn't it missing the point? Maybe take it back to me just for a second. Could one argue that maybe for a writing class, where the whole purpose is to learn how to write better, that using it to write the essay would not be a good use of it? However, perhaps you might write the essay, and once you write the essay, you might use the AI to see how you could have written it and improved it. Maybe not submit it necessarily as your own, but to see, in a learning sense, how could I written this a bit better with a different type of tone or voice?
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Awesome. And so maybe once you've learned a particular task, people were always worried about, if we move to the calculator, we'll never learn math again. And they'd be right that the math scores have gone down, but you would say something else, would you? That's another reason why math scores have gone down. It's probably not the calculator, is it?
Yeah, teachers haven't been teaching well. I get bored all the time in class, and then I just wander off. I'd say that's a teacher problem.
So if you lose attention on something that you should be learning and want to be excited about, then you can augment your learning perhaps with AI?
Yeah, so one of my most entertaining classes is theology class. So I learned all about Thomistic philosophy, and I've never sure how to use AI once or twice, but it was for learning, and the teacher was engaging, so I actually learned in that class.
That's wonderful. And you know, like at the end of a 45-minute class, the class is over, and if you've got more questions, and you've got no one but the teacher to go to, what if you want to deepen in the subject?
I go to AI.
Beautiful. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. Who do we have next?
I think we're supposed to be fire.
Check back over with John Henry. What do you got going on over there, John Henry? Should we begin that fireside chat?
Yeah, I believe we're fireside chatting right now. Claire's around here somewhere, and I think we're supposed to kind of deconstruct a little bit the past. I mean, I've actually it's been incredibly informative to me from just staring over the shoulders of people, for starters, and seeing some of the stuff. I had a great conversation. We had a great conversation about the actual art of prompting and all of that stuff. I am nothing but contrarian by nature, though, and so I feel like I'm still sort of firmly in my cautious, skeptical, whatever mode. But the practical applications have been super interesting to me. Meeting with the Rice family, right, who adopt a family as sort of their main apostolate, their main mission, and having Mrs. Rice say, "This is amazing. We've spent so much time just reading and writing and data entry, and then in a couple of hours, these guys have whipped up some pretty phenomenal forms that people can fill out, make it a lot easier for the families who are adopting and the families who are being adopted."
I'd love to ask a question to both of you. It's like, we've been going at this for a couple of hours now, and I see you're still kind of pushing from the other side, and I respect that very much. Has there been anything? I mean, you just touched on one thing. The witness in the room is, gosh, we just want to help more people.
Right.
And if we could, any tool at a low cost, doesn't that help? Maybe turn it to you, Claire. You seeing anything? Any cracks in the feeling that maybe there's some possibility here that AI can do some good?
Yeah, I want to be like, yeah, because I support what we're doing here. I think I was somewhere else recently, and they asked me, do you believe there's such a thing? Oh, you're a teacher. Do you believe there's such a thing as a bad kid? And I said, no, absolutely. I don't think there's such a thing as a bad person. I look at the people in the world, and that's not this, but I look at people who vehemently disagree with me on like the most sensitive, important topics that are key to who I am and my beliefs and my faith. And I don't think they're nefarious. I think so many of the people who are putting in policies that Claire McCallan feels are wicked to their core actually also believe that they're doing good. And so I don't think I ever thought that I'd come here and find people who have like malicious intent with that AI. I think that you're right. I'm finding that people have even better intent than I thought. I'm still skeptical. But if there was ever going to be something that started to warm me, it was going to be meeting these people and hearing, especially like I talked to, I don't know if he's still here, Vivek. Hey, Vivek. He just looked up and said, oh, wait, me? Hearing that for him it's about mental health instead of AI, and finding that most of these people here, there's a deeper passion, and as you keep saying, it's a tool that helps them get there. Yeah, it's opening my mind.
Well, I keep coming back to the fact that, like the steam engine or any other technological advance, like it's here to stay, right? We can't be Luddites and go smack it with hammers and try to, no, more power to you, Claire. But
I know, but I'm a hypocrite. I'm a Luddite who works in television.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. No, ever since we moved away from the printed word, it's all going downhill. No, so I do think the question isn't, it can't be. There's no purpose in even having the discussion of, is AI something that we ought to integrate into society, right? Doesn't matter what you think, it's here, it's not going anywhere. And so the question shifts then to, how do we integrate this in a way that is a moral good, that's beneficial? Now, Richard Goforth's video, that terrifies me. It really does. But it's not going anywhere. We're going to have AI movies, AI music, AI just pervading everything in the next 5 years, probably quicker than that. But I don't know. this conversation and being here today has really changed the questions that I was asking to begin with, I think.
Oh, that's beautiful. You know, Albert Einstein said, if I had an hour to live, I would spend 55 minutes thinking about the right questions to ask and 5 minutes solving the problem. As soon as I know the question to ask, I know what to solve. And I want to touch a little bit about what you guys are talking about. You know, maybe the challenge isn't that we don't have, let's say, you know, temptations to use things in the wrong sense. You know, the maladies of the last century were the greatest loss of life was from entities that were trying to centralize power, for example. And as a big fan of free markets, the fact that you see all these wonderful people just like you and I sitting in this room trying to use AI from a bottoms-up perspective for something that they deeply love and care about is so refreshing. So I'm just super, super positive, and I think the world looks...
Yeah, and that was something that John Blanford touched on. He has a company called Pastime Pictures, and they create television and film, and he was saying that this empowers the little guy in a system like entertainment that can be so hierarchical, and it can be really hard to get the opportunities and the resources you need in order to create. So I do see where it layers that playing field.
Well, but I was really curious about your take on this, right? As an artist yourself, and here's a whole other can of worms I'm ripping the top off of. What impact do you think it's going to have on people who create art as art has always been created, right? It's a change in medium for sure, right? But when I see that video, and what I will definitely be seeing full feature-length films in no time that were 100% CGI or AI generated, right? I don't know. How does that sit with you, Claire? What do you think?
Okay, great question. You said as art is like intended to be created. I would argue that most art hasn't been created as it should be for probably close to a century at this point, right? And whether that's the introduction of new technologies or our move away from co-creating with the divine, that's probably the larger issue. And it's not just like, okay, these people creating with AI, they're creating... The problem is they're co-creating with the wrong entity to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
and
sure.
Understanding we are creative, God is creator, and that is only for him. And that's probably my larger misgiving there is like, who are you co-creating with?
Yeah, Tolkien talked about sort of sub-creation, right? How God creates, he's the creator, and I'm just sort of this doing sub-creation as your creator, right? And the idea is that it's all coming, right? It's all coming down from God, right? That is the entity that everything that's true and good and beautiful comes from. I don't know, maybe that's kind of depressing, Chris. What do you think?
No, I'm very I'm very connected with all this. Of course, we're imitating the creator when we create something just as much as we can. The more that we tip towards him, the better the outcomes. But you use divine inspiration, and think about, the first thing I think about when divine inspiration is the Bible itself, right? And I hope this analogy works here. Just give me a sec. The Bible itself and beautiful works of art used to be so prohibitively expensive, they had to sit on a wall or only on the altar. Mm-hmm. What has happened since the printing press is that the Bible can be delivered to you for pennies on the dollar, even into your cell phone, so you can receive God's word at any point in time. Doesn't take out that actually that richness, that truth, and that goodness.
I'm with you on the Bible, but now I want to take to the next step, though.
Yeah. So, for example, you were talking about artwork. Now, just like you might walk into a steakhouse, if there was only one type of steak, and it was very, 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 very expensive, and you could only be experienced by the wealthiest people, what a shame that you could never get a taste of beef. And we could go on anything. But now the Bible itself is ubiquitously available. It's truth, and we know that. I know it's a bit of a stretch because AI isn't necessarily truth. It needs to be combined with truth. That's why we're here today, to actually have a virtuous side. The beauty that a human being can create and that another human being beholds doesn't change because AI can create it. It's a very low form of the quality of steak, but at least somebody can experience some form of beauty that would have been prohibitively expensive, especially in third world countries or something where you don't get to see anything beautiful. They have access to inexpensive computers because someone had the willpower to build something that they could connect with. Could be used for bad, of course.
I'm just wondering if ubiquity leads to devaluation when we flood the market with these cheaper substitutes.
Sure.
and thus desensitization. Because like, yes, there are many more accessible, whether it's Bibles or just art in general, but this is the lowest we've ever valued art. It's the least amount we put into creating it. It's the least amount we're willing to pay to have it. It's less precious to us. So I wonder about also what happens when we flood ourselves with too much of a good thing. 'Cause
Right.
it would be too bad if only some people could have steak, but also at the same time, maybe we're devaluing steak. I don't know, our hunter friend here.
Yeah, no, I think about, obviously I'm not in favor of saying people below a certain wealth threshold shouldn't have access to beauty, right? Obviously that's not something that I'm saying. But I think there is a distinction between, I really like Caravaggio, right? There's a distinction between, I just bought this Caravaggio and I just bought this really nice print of Caravaggio and I have an iPad with a Caravaggio painting as the background, right? And I feel like we do, the further we get removed, I'm not saying that it's cheapened, I'm saying that it feels different to me. And I'm not sure if I can articulate the whys of that. But that's my fear with AI, the difference between
You know what? It's a form of chastity. Does that make sense?
Dig into that.
Yeah, hit me. I want to see where this is going to go. We're going down a rabbit hole, folks.
Well, we are, but it is, right? It's a form of chastity, not flooding ourselves with too much of what is a good thing, but a good thing in its right time and place.
Right.
Yes.
Does that make sense? And temperance, all of these things, because like me eating steak every single night, no matter how high quality it would be bad for me.
Yes.
It would, and I would lose interest in it anytime we have too much of a good thing.
Sure.
But also, in order for that to be sustainable, it probably wouldn't be great steak. It would be me having like the cow raised on, I don't know. You're the guy who knows farming and.
Yeah. You want to go with the grass and not the corn.
Well, right, but in order for me to be able to have steak every night, it would have to be.
Right. The amount of inputs and everything are going to be.
Yeah, and so, I guess, does that make sense?
It does make sense, absolutely.
These are fresh ideas happening in real time, so they're not super well thought out, but that's why I keep coming back to, like, it really is on the consumer. We can't overregulate the supply. It won't work, and also it's too late.
Yeah.
But
would you allow this argument? At least we should allow people the choice, even if it's to view the inferior form. That is, look, we're not going to get our morality from the markets necessarily, right? But we can set it up in such a way we wouldn't want to overregulate so that only a few people could get it, because that's always what happens.
I think that's the thing I can't make my mind up about today, because I worry about protecting the most vulnerable, because I'm totally as free market friendly as they come, but I do worry about, like, what about some of those really dark things when we don't regulate them, especially when it comes to internet access?
How has, if I may add one thing,
please.
How has, let's say, I don't pick anything that you feel is kind of a sin or whatever it might be. How is that affected? I mean, the market exists. It's just no longer in the light.
No, but we
It's
live
a
in a
black
world
market,
right now.
and we won't make it go away.
Right. We live in a world though where we live in such abundance, right?
Yeah.
We all live lives of more opulence and comfort than the kings of Babylon lived, literally,
That's
right?
totally true.
Right? I got a little machine, I turn it makes my room warm or cold. I can press a button and get a window on my computer to everything that exists in humanity, all of these things. And what do we see in our society? We see a society where the people who are the poorest are the ones who consume the most of all these things that are bad for us. Once again, I'm not saying we need to throw AI out the window, not by a long shot, but I am saying that the discussion needs to be had of right now AI, like so many things, say processed food, right? It's going to require temperance on our part as individuals in a way, and I just don't have a whole lot of faith in us collectively as humanity.
Well, I think we
temper
always
ourselves.
get there, but a lot is lost in the process.
Yes.
And it's always the most vulnerable. And again, I'll invite all of us. I like the way you phrased it, because I have immediate examples that come to my head around, like, the things that I consider the worst sins of our society, that the majority of society is bought in as normal and good. A lot of life had to be lost. A lot of innocence had to be lost in order for us to get to this sort of cultural turning point that we're in right now, where people are starting to recognize, oh wait, this has negatively affected us. And I just worry about the vulnerable paying the price for our free will experimentations.
I worry about a world where we're 95% the Wall-E people we were talking about earlier, and 5%. But like you said, we live in a world right now where that top percentage that's running everything is already a very, very small percentage.
That's right, and I would love to see more bottoms-up, decentralized processes. If we look at the maladies, and I would never suggest, John Henry, that you would want to go backwards and take the problems of old and have those problems instead.
Right, sure.
There's some beauty that would return for sure, because you'd begin to, as I like to say to my kids, I would love it if you had an upper-class understanding of wealth and income, a middle-class devotion to family and work, and a working-class devotion to God.
Love that.
Right. And what I think we all agree, hopefully, is that no matter what abundance we receive, if we don't turn to God, we're just never going to experience that.
That's the reason I love something like this.
Amen.
Right?
Amen.
Where we're saying, hey, this tool is here, this technology is here, and it's not going away. How can we orient that towards virtue? How can we orient that towards Christ? Because it's not going anywhere. We all got it. This is going to be a big part of our lives and our children's lives and our grandchildren's lives forever and ever. Amen. Let's orient this in a direction that's going to build us up.
Amen. Wow. Have we found a place of agreement?
Hey.
I'm shocked.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Like
yes,
a hair.
I think so.
Once again, I just love the imagery of Chris stuck between us.
Right? No, he was like, where should I sit? Right in the middle, Chris.
Is it between two ferns, between two skeptics kind of thing? Is that what we want to call this? That's awesome.
Absolutely, guys. This is so much fun. I think we're going to take a really quick break, and then we'll be right back.
See ya.
I guess so. I'm going to turn my mic off.
I have an ankle that is just killing it.
I do take IU bourbon. I'm not. Anyway, that we talked about how we were going to do it. I mean, yeah. I mean, so many people have so well for the first time. Thank you. Actually, most of them said they wouldn't even know it was the first time. So, not at all. Really? I was good. Thank you. So busy. Bathroom, coffee, water, food. Where's the water? What's it? No, probably. I've got a buddy who's a doctor. I called him and asked him to send me a script over the phone. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I'm going to go, but it's like, I was just going to the thing.
What's wrong with you, Chris? You have a good no, that's not good. So,
right. Once we talk to some of the folks out here, we're going to do a behind the scenes. Behind the scenes. Well, Ben uses AI a lot, so so you can actually talk to him from behind the scenes. And we can even he can even share. I don't know. I'll tell you then. Yeah. I'll get you. All my grandparents are still alive. Why? The last name? Oh, Daviano? I'm not. Oh, I appreciate the compliment. Yeah. I don't know. Wait, Michael DeLuce? Yeah. Wait, are you having a good time? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think it's too easy to build that fossil regular. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I don't think the government. I don't really. They do a great job of finding, drug trade. So, yeah. Yeah. That'll great. I'm an everything guy. Well, my 14-year-old wants me to help. That's very funny. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wanted, they needed a person. Yeah. For adopted family, she did something for the whole other.
Thank you so much, Tom. This is exciting stuff, guys. We are back. Thanks for being patient with us during the break. Had a great little fireside chat. It's really interesting to get some other perspectives. And I'm not just blowing smoke when I say this, but it has been so awesome to look over everybody's shoulders from a guy who knows very little about very little. I think the last time I spent a lot of time online was MySpace, circa 2003. So life has changed a little bit. And we have a pretty special treat right now because Coach Tom here is going to walk us through this entire funnel. We realized we hadn't done that yet. We've talked about how this was going from right here, stage right, all the way down to stage left, and this whole process working towards what we're trying to accomplish. So I'm going to turn it over to Coach here for a minute. It's all you, Coach.
Hey, thanks. So it might not be clear, but this table, whoever laid it out was brilliant. Because it starts over here. This is not Michael, but it's Michael's chair. You stay here. This is our nonprofit leader, by the way. Everybody give her a big hand. And so what we're doing is we're doing each of the steps in the data as it flows through the nonprofit. This chair, Michael's chair, he's building the form where a needy family can sign up and say, we'd like these gifts. Here's our children's ages and other information. Once he enters that into the database, the next big step is we need a sponsor family. And Charlotte, give it up for Charlotte right here.
Woo!
She's writing the form so that a sponsor family can say, we'd like to donate gifts.
Right.
And here's the kind of family size we'd like or the type of things we can provide. Maybe we don't have a car big enough to provide a bike. Mm-hmm. So don't assign us to a family that wants a bike because we can't buy a bike for them. So when Charlotte's done with her piece, now we've got a list of families that need gifts and a list of sponsors that want to provide gifts. I happen to be in this chair, which is the matching step. And when I do my demo, you'll see a list of families needing gifts, and you'll see a list of sponsors wanting to give gifts, and our nonprofit will match them. This sponsor will give gifts to this family.
Right.
Once that step's done, then Jake here, give it up for Jake.
Way to go, Jake.
He provides the instructions to the family who's buying the gifts.
Okay.
Buy a bike for an 8-year-old boy. Here's the things that we would like to have in that gift. Jake, do you mind just summarizing the kind of instructions you're able to provide?
Yeah, sure. So the first step is they review the wish list. They may have multiple families, so they'll be able to select, I'm going to work on Swift family versus the Garcia family. Each family is going to have their own wish list, so they're going to review the items for each child. They're going to select which ones they've purchased, have an ability to upload a picture of them as a confirmation that they've purchased them. Next, they'll go to the wrapping and packaging phase, so they'll have instructions on how exactly to wrap it. One of the pain points is making sure that the labels on the boxes are correct, because that's really key for routing everything. So we'll auto-generate the labels. They can print that out and then cut them and attach them to the boxes. And then they'll have the drop-off scheduling, so they'll select the time that they're going to plan to drop off with the location and information, and then they'll have a confirmation. What's really important about all of this is it's going to track states throughout the whole thing. So that's going to flow back to the dashboard that the coordinator's watching, so they know exactly how many families are, where they are in the process with the sponsors. There's also going to be automatic email notifications that are going to be generated if they haven't met a certain spot in the phase by a certain date. So to make sure that people are reminded, it's almost time to drop off. You need to make sure you've got everything wrapped and packaged and things like that. So.
Great.
Fantastic. Give it up for Jake again. And now, Raina, you're our finale station, right, in the workflow? Oh. Do you want to add anything, Raina, on what you and Jake have been building? Love to hear from you. Okay, Raina says Jake covered it, but I still want to give it up for Raina.
Absolutely. And she says she's the last of the sort of the lovable work right here, right, which is not a sponsor, but if you got nothing else going on, maybe send them a quick message, tweet at them or something, right, and say maybe they ought to be a sponsor. We're giving them a lot of promotion here today.
Great. So that's the technical side of the table.
Okay.
And I'll pass it off to some other volunteers to talk about the rest.
That sounds phenomenal. I think here in a little bit we're going to pick up right here, post-technical side, and then go the rest of the way down. But before we do that, I think we're going to kick it over to Claire, who's down on the floor and is going to get into one of our man on the street interviews. Claire, whenever you're ready.
I love it. Kick it over to Claire is right. I am here with my new friend, Jeff, who is the founder of Catholic Men of America. He came in all the way from Nashville. He's a friend of Michael Lyons. We just need to find out how much everybody collectively traveled just to support the incredible Michael Lyons. Jeff is over here at the marketing table. He's a tech optimist, and he has done incredible work today that wasn't even on the original plan for adopt-a families. So Jeff, can you tell me a little bit more about what yourself and your team have done today?
Yes, so been very happy to be involved with a diverse group of folks. We had a pretty modest outline originally to try and achieve today, and as we started working through that, we collected additional ideas. What if we did this? What if we did that? How could we further support the team of volunteers, the sponsors, and the families? And so we've created all sorts of graphics. We've created a marketing strategy guide, a press release strategy guide. We've provided a lot of education for volunteers, how they can do things that may not be within their wheelhouse necessarily, including how to reach out to TV to get interviews from local press. We've written hundreds of emails covering every possible transactional use, promotional use, those kinds of things. And the really neat part of this, including logo design and website design, is that the people at our team did not necessarily have these skills when they showed up today.
Wow, and so when you said originally, you were like, we've written hundreds of emails today, I was like, well, what is he talking about? Are you using AI to mass produce these emails that quickly? And how do you do that?
Yes, so it starts with an idea of what should we have, what would be good to have in terms of communicating with sponsors, communicating with families, educating volunteers, and then we go to AI and say, how can we best do this? What are the scenarios that we should be considering? What are the kinds of emails that we should send? When should we send them? How often should we send them? And then AI helps us to do what humans would otherwise have done, but it does it rapidly and at a very high level of quality. And if we don't like the tone, we can quickly modify it. If we don't like some other aspect of it, let's say it's writing at too high of a level, like a college graduate level when we want to be at 9th grade, we can quickly modify that. It would take a human many, many weeks to do what we've done in just a matter of a few hours.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Jeff, and thanks for coming all the way to Atlanta today.
Welcome.
We're going to toss it back to John Henry and get more updates from our teams on stage. Good job.
We just walked through the whole build over here, I think ending right about here. And now this half of the table, we're going to go through some of the technical stuff that happens. You said you wanted to volunteer somebody?
I ironically fly to
Hope? You've been volunteered by your teammates here. Could you give us sort of the picking up at the end of the build, what this part of the table, this flow looks like? Just an overview.
I can only tell you about my part. Avery and I are making some dashboard software and then a dashboard so that we can make tables and charts with, currently the only one I have is number of people in family, and but eventually we'll have outcome measures. And
great. No, that's exactly what I was looking for, actually. And then down through here where we get to testing and all of that fun stuff. How's testing going down here?
Yeah, they have completed a lot more tracks now, so I am going through a lot more to go.
If you were to give us an updated percentage, where you'd like to be, what do you think?
I would say 50.
50. All right, 50 is fantastic. All right, way to go, 50. All right, I think we're going to kick it down to Chris on the floor.
Yeah, we're already here, and I'm sitting here with Michelle again. She's a popular guest here with us today. Hey, Michelle, it's good to see you again.
Hi.
So while everyone's up helping out Adopt a Family up on stage, we see all these wonderful people working on lots of different things. So I want to really zoom in on what you've been doing. We thought you were just here to be a guest, but no, she's been building the whole time. Want to see what she's been building? Let's go. All right, what do we have here, Michelle?
So one of the app challenges that was on the BuildWithChrist.ai website was for a Catholic content engine.
All good.
And so this was for priests and their flock who want to find spiritual resources to help them on their spiritual journey, and also for priests to find content to help them write homilies, and also to help their flock with whatever they're working on. If they're becoming Catholic as adults, perhaps, maybe, if they're kids getting confirmed. And so this was a challenge that was issued to Build with Christ. And I saw that and I thought, I bet I could do that. And so I used Claude in Perplexity to bounce some ideas around and research some things. I work in digital asset management, and so I thought, I bet I could build that engine with a database and using my metadata expertise and create standard metadata and find all the Catholic terms that I need, and also find information about those kinds of users and build a prototype app. And so I did. After I got my code together with Claude, I popped that code into Lovable, and I have an engine, I have a prototype for them to look at.
That's amazing. Just highlighting some of the things here. The first question I have is, how long did it take you? Days?
No, it was about an hour and a half.
Come on. You build something in an hour? That's incredible. And can any priest or anyone that's going through a catechesis or through RCIA, OCIA could actually use this?
Yeah. The team that issued the challenge will have to, answer some more questions.
Sure.
They're going to have to determine exactly what kind of content is acceptable for this audience. I made some suggestions, but of course, diocesan guidelines for that kind of thing are pretty strict.
Sure.
And so they're going to have to follow those kind of guidelines. And they're going to have to vet all of their sources before they put them in the engine. And they're going to have to get permission from all those sources to use those links.
Yeah.
And, put images and things like that. And get those things into the engine for folks to find. But once they figure that out and they test this out, if they like it, they could host it on Lovable and name it something different if they wanted, and just go with it.
That's fantastic. My gosh. I love this so much. Michael, the founder, he talked about, I said, Michael, what's the genesis of this? And he said, well, Christ is truth. And if AI is trying to find truth, if you will, through logic and reason, you combine Christ with a engine, and you have a truth engine. I'm so excited. Now, one more question is, I'm always worried that this thing is going to creep out and bring in sources that, hey, this isn't legitimate, right? You said there's some strict things. So we can actually limit the resources then?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You put it in the code. Something like this is, you tell it what sources to pull from.
Awesome.
So for my prototype, I found 2 priests, active priests, who have blogs for priests in which they talk about the sources they use for their homilies. And they also post the homilies that they've used and also who their mentors have used. And so I used both of their blogs as databases.
Wonderful.
And I put those in, and then I found a Catholic resource for homilies. It lists free books on the internet that are Catholic approved, and I used that source. So I put 3 sources in, so it's rather limited. But it, like for a prototype, I think it's to test, it's not too bad.
That's awesome. Yeah, I put a challenge today because my 2 skeptics, or maybe skeptic lights, said, oh, can't be used for good. We're literally using it for good. Right, guys? I mean, haven't I changed your mind yet? I'm going to send it over to John Henry in just a second. Michelle, it's been great having you here. Thank you so much for your expertise. Have a good day.
All right,
back to you, John Henry.
Yeah, now I have a very, very important announcement to make. I don't have somebody to interview right now. I have something much more important to tell you guys. It's a reminder that all the food that's back there is for you, and it needs to be eaten. And I don't know what you're giving up for Lent or anything like that, but I believe you're supposed to accept in charity regardless. So by all means, go get some food. It's all free. It's all back there for you guys. Once again, super excited to have y'all here. Super excited to see all the collaboration. I mean, if you're paying attention up on the stage, we got people walking around back and forth, looking over people's shoulders while I get in their way and try to look at other stuff that I don't understand. But it's the collaborative effort of all of this is truly amazing and something that I'm really excited about. We're going to bounce back to Claire, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to have a brief conversation with Ms. Rice once again, who is spearheading, right? Who's the Rice family is, their apostolate is adopt a family, and we're so excited to be working with them. Straight to you, Claire.
All right, from Rice to Bryce, I have my new friend Bryce here. Bryce, we were just talking, first of all, before I ask you what you've been working on, you brought up to me how incredible the production quality is of all of this. Huge shout out to Red Baron Productions. We're going to talk a little bit more with them and do some more behind the scenes sneak peeks after this, but the production quality has just been incredible, huh?
Yes, absolutely. And thank you so much for the staff that put everything here together.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Bryce, how'd you end up here today?
I know Michael Lyons pretty well. Me and him goes back in the days from Christ the King, a Catholic church that we've been proud of. And I know Michael Delis, right there. And I know a few more people here too. So I've been involved with the Catholic community here in Atlanta specifically.
Wonderful. Do you work in tech?
Yes, I work in tech. I got my bachelor degree from Georgia Tech in electrical engineering and computer science. I had the chance to work at AT&T for about 5 years as a system architect, building all those fancy technologies for the company. So yeah, I have a deep tech background.
Okay, so as someone who has this deep faith background and this deep tech background, how do they come together in your life? Is there any friction there, or do you feel like tech and faith go together really well?
If you use technology for the right purpose, yes, it goes very well.
Okay, great. And what have you been working on today over at this table?
So I was just checking on a few of my projects that I have going on. Essentially, I work as a fractional CFO. My company, Pivot that I own, is a fractional CFO services and a fractional CTO services. So we help people make financial planning for their organization and bring external investments from investors and high net worth individuals that we connect with. And we also help those businesses build their MVP, especially at the startup level. We help them directly build MVPs themselves using those vibing AI tools. We don't do that for them. We don't build those for them, but we help them. We assist them using those AI vibe coding tools for them to build those MVP themselves.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Bryce, and thanks for being here. We'll send it back up to the stage, see how our builders are doing with John Henry, and we'll see you later.
Thank you so much, Claire.
Great job.
All right, thank you so much, Claire. I'm very excited. I'm going to touch base again with Mrs. Rice, right? The Rice family, once again, adopt a family, is their apostolate. It's what they've sunk a lot of their heart and soul into. Praise be to God. And I just wanted to follow up with you again and see, I don't know, you've been doing a lot of talking. You've been sitting on the chairs. You've been between all of these monitors up here. What are you seeing? What's going on? Can you just give us a temperature check right now?
Well, is this working?
It should be working.
It's been fascinating. I started over here and I've moved down the line, and then now I feel like I'm about to go back this way. I'm just so grateful that all of their talents are coming together. They've asked really, really important questions and helped me think about things and what our restrictions are now, but really what the possibilities are. And again, I feel very hopeful that maybe our margins are going to be grown, you know what I mean? So that maybe our max isn't 750, you know what I mean? So I think there's some hope here.
I love it. I like how we keep coming back to hope. You touched base on this a little bit at the beginning, but can you tell us historically up until today how you've been operating, right? If I'm a family, let's say that I'm a family and I reach out to you and said, hey, we want to be adopted by another family. What did that look like? What all did I have to do?
So if you were a family who needed help or assistance, you actually would not have come to me.
Okay.
You would have gone to your center or your distribution site is the way we reference it. And so there are coordinators at each site that manage that to make sure that the family is indeed in need and that they're part of their program to get them best helped. So they are actually the ones who are doing this piece of it, the intake. Some of those centers actually don't have enough volunteers, or they are hindered by the language barrier. And
Are
so
we
that's
talking
where we
pen
step
and
in.
paper? Are we talking
We
spreadsheets?
are talking
or-
about pen and paper. We are talking about the limitations of talking to families who maybe don't have cell phones.
Sure.
Or that their cell phone worked yesterday, but now not today.
Right.
And so there's a lot of hurdles to work there. But the language is the biggest piece. We have helped support this piece, the intake piece at those centers with volunteers who are Hispanic, who
Sure.
can speak Spanish. And then some of those volunteers don't use technology.
Right.
So they write it in Spanish or in English, but via paper. So then we have
Sure.
to make those digital files. So we have helped support that area, that piece of the puzzle for some of those sites.
So what kind of a manpower situation are you talking about? How many volunteers did you have?
Well,
you have?
each of those sites has their own coordinator, and they might have a staff member that helps with that. Catholic Charities definitely has their whole
Sure.
infrastructure, but in terms of our piece, the whole matchmaking, taking in the sponsors, the donors coming in, it's me.
It's you? Okay,
And,
wow.
In Christ the King, our parish is a very vibrant parish, and they support us immensely. They handle
Sure.
all the back office of all the money,
Okay.
all the accounting, and they do hold the website for us.
Okay, yeah.
But, so in terms of volunteer, and then we have a massive amount of volunteers who help us the day of.
Sure.
So and little kids help too.
That's
So
beautiful.
It's amazing.
Yeah, it seems like from an efficiency standpoint, that's the biggest benefit, is that you can now cut out, I mean, who knows how many man hours are put into that, which can now be done in a form, right? Online.
100%.
Are you still doing interviews face-to-face with families?
Oh yeah, for the intake, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
All right.
And there are
well,
certain days, yes. But that is this piece, but this piece is going to eliminate multiples of hours.
Praise be to God. I
it's
love
amazing.
it. All right, this is good. So, yeah, to Chris, this kind of stuff is getting me a little more on your side, right? When I hear about the real life impact and how it's going to free people up to hopefully still volunteer, but volunteer in a way that's less data entry and more face to face with human beings,
Yes.
right?
And curated
So-
for both the sponsor and the family that's in need.
Praise be to God. All right, I love it. Thank you so much for your time. We're going to kick it down to Chris.
Amen. Thanks, John Henry. Hey, I'm so glad to hear you're coming a little bit more my way. And we're sitting at the automation table, but we're going to dip into the human element a little bit. And this is for everyone online. You're missing something incredible by not being here because something very special has been happening at this table. And I'm sitting with Jocelyn, and we'll go to Dr. Joe in just a second. But Jocelyn, tell us a little bit about what was happening at this table. What's with the people you've probably never met before.
Yeah, so there's a few of us that really are new to AI and we're familiar with ChatGPT a little bit. We were able to create a group chat on ChatGPT and just have fun, but then we were able, as we're chatting, there was a family emergency for one of us, and we got together as a group and prayed for this family member. And so it's just incredible to see the move of the Holy Spirit in our group and building connections and conversations and being able to share past testimonies as well.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, this is something that we take for granted. It's kind of like a secondary outcome of something that we intended to be here for. And as you said, when the Holy Spirit comes in and really dwells among us and we lean into it and we say yes to it. I'm so glad that you could be here to pray for each other. Is there anything else that you wanted to share? We're going to tip over to Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, tell us, well, first of all, what kind of a doctorate are you?
I'm an organizational psychologist.
Organizational psychologist. Okay, fantastic.
So I work with the structures and processes that help motivate an organization or get in the way. And I look at AI as something that can augment human performance, not substitute for it. So
what are we've got entrepreneurs in the room and watching online. What are some things they need to be cognizant about how to use AI to really make sure that we take care of the human element?
I think how you define your interpretation, coding, and whatever else, that's the human element of AI, and it's something that we take pride in, our ability to interpret. And we're kind of offloading that to some equipment. Whether I have a choice in that may or may not be part of that decision process. And I think that's where an organization transformation person can come in and say, how about you get more people in up front so that they can actually learn with you as you develop and then reinforce the building of it.
That's really awesome. The place where I work, recently I was asked to give a couple of teach-ins about using AI, and it's such a pleasure. I constantly remind them this is something that really can augment your life, to use your words. How do we make sure that we don't make a giant mistake here?
Just be cognizant of the mistakes you can make.
Yes.
It's if you can keep in your mind non-exploitive ideas, that would be a good starting point.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. You hear that online, all of you entrepreneurs, all you corporate senior C-level guys. The folks at Lumen would be proud to hear me saying that, right? That we want virtuous development and focusing on the human as well. And super excited to meet you, Dr. Cho. Thanks very much for your time, and looking forward to all the ways that you can bring AI through your business practice.
Right.
Thanks so much, guys. Back to you, John Henry.
Yes, absolutely. Big shout out to Lumen, and a big shout out to all of our sponsors. If you didn't see those earlier, or you weren't tuned in for that part of the live stream, make sure you go to BuildWithChrist.ai and check out those sponsors and support them, because they're supporting all the work that's being done here today, which we're really excited about. In a second, we're going to do a little behind the scenes look, which I'm super pumped for. But in the meantime, I do want to check in on Coach and Coach, Charlotte and Coach. I saw a high five a minute ago. Can you talk a little bit about what that was about?
We essentially changed the way that the form was capturing different pieces of information. So instead of just adopting a family, where you're basically buying the gifts for a family, we made more ways for people to participate,
Okay.
and they're not mutually exclusive either. So you can donate and buy specific gifts for a family, you can make a monetary donation, or you can donate a truck that helps like get the gifts to where they
wow.
need to go. And you can choose any one of those options, or you could choose all three of those options, or you could choose to adopt multiple families. So we just built all that out in the form, and then now we're just checking to make sure that it works in the
Okay.
next stage. And it works like most of the way for the next
Hey,
stage. So
most of the way is pretty good. So what you said that you've got all these different avenues now that people can do. Everything I'm looking at right now in front of me, did any of that exist this morning?
No, not in this format. And the way that this is laid out right here didn't exist like this, like, I don't know, 30 minutes ago.
That's
it was just when we were
awesome.
talking to them about their needs, that setting it up this way is going to make it easier for people to give their information.
Why don't you comment on how the nonprofit leader sat down and gave us ideas, and we were able to implement in 15 minutes.
Yeah, and we were basically sitting here implementing ideas based on the need of the nonprofit, and then
Okay.
coming up with solutions that like completely meet those needs within like 15 minutes.
That's
So,
amazing.
Like this wasn't set up like this 30 minutes ago, and we had a short conversation, and now it's way better set up to like meet their needs and also make it easier for sponsors too.
Thank you so much, guys. That's awesome. And a big shout out to all of the tables working. I keep hearing whispers of amazing stuff that's happening down on the floor at some of the tables in regards to, I don't know, sort of freelance, like let's dig in and help out this project, help out Adopt a Family. So at this time, we're going to go backstage to check out what's going on in our tech room, sort of behind the scenes look at all the stuff that's happening today. Whenever you guys are ready.
And taking.
All right, guys, don't get too jealous, but I snagged an exclusive backstage tour and interview with the Ben Barron from Red Baron Media, who's made all this magic possible today. Ben, thanks for everything you've done.
Of course, and it hasn't just been me making all this magic possible. It's all the people that have helped. This is a huge team, huge production. I'd love to give a shout out to everyone at Futures Productions for actually hosting us, helping us out with the production itself, to the crew that I brought in today, Zachary Brescia and my friend Conlon over on that tight cam that you've seen following John Henry around. Zach's been absolutely getting a arm workout today with that Steadicam.
And Conlon, who is a new dad.
He is, absolutely.
Father of Daniel. Just a couple weeks now, huh? Like 6 weeks? Yeah, I do my research. I do. Ben, can you tell us a little bit about what goes into producing an event of this scale?
Well, I'll tell you, there's so many hands behind the scenes of this, and I was lucky enough that I was able to help out a little bit, at least with the production side of things. We had lots and lots of meetings going into this, getting graphics prepped, things like that. Michael Lyon's doing a lot of the heavy lifting. He's a one-man army, is what he is.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, he's a 2.5 man army, because we also have to shout out Barbara and Bruno, who I know helped a lot too.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What has been your favorite part of producing the media for this event?
Honestly, it's been a minute since I have been able to run a switchboard like this, calling out directions to the crew, making sure everybody's where they need to be and everything's running smoothly. It's something I don't get to do very often. I'm more of an in the field, behind the edit kind of guy nowadays, but it's my one of my favorite things to do. I don't know if I'd do it full time, but every now and again, it's just a blast.
How excited are you for the future of Catholic media? We're here talking about just technology and the faith intersection, but for Catholic and Christian media, are you feeling optimistic?
I am feeling so optimistic with things I've seen out of Angel Studios and smaller spaces, that just the amount of tech now that is in the hands of people, that it is not behind this door of Hollywood productions anymore, is just an amazing thing, that someone like me with a small production company can have the kind of equipment and the kind of resources to make something that could be shared with lots and lots of people is amazing. And the fact that we're going to be seeing so many more amazing stories being told, just the easier and easier it gets.
I mean, it all goes back to Chris's points earlier about the decentralization of power and resources
Absolutely.
through tech advancements. So, okay, maybe I'm becoming a little more lenient on it. I'm going to pass it back to John Henry. Stay back here, press a little bit of buttons, so if the lights start going strobe light, just start dancing. John Henry, back to you.
Awesome, Claire. Thank you so much. I'm still just wandering around asking questions that I don't think I'm smart enough to understand the answer to, but I was having a great talk with Mr. Cahill here a few minutes ago about what he's been doing. Like we said at the beginning, right, he's been sort of spearheading the translation piece, right? Like Mrs. Rice said, with Adopt a Family, they work with a number of families who aren't English speakers, predominantly Hispanic populations, who aren't fluent in English. And so I wanted to check in with him. He said we might be able to get a live demo, share a screen here in a minute. Kick it over to you, brother.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to try sharing my screen real fast and see if this works. If we have it up there or not.
There it is.
Perfect. All right. So real quick, and I'm not sure because we're dealing with like live sound if this is going to work or not, but I'm just going to try to mic up the computer and see what's going on. But just to take you guys through what you guys see up here. This whole piece is for the Catholic Charity volunteers when it comes to intake. Their form that I based this off their form, they can do a manual entry of that form. They can upload it, whether it's like handwritten or typed on a computer. And then there's two audio portions. One is like recording a conversation, which hopefully I'll try to demo here in a second. The other is for somebody like me who doesn't speak Spanish as a second language. If I was volunteering for this, I can have the AI kind of help me in that process. So I'm going to click on this one and we'll see if I can get the audio going for this.
It's thinking about it.
Hi, this is Riley. I'm here to help you complete your wish list form. As the head of the house, can I get your name, age, and gender to start?
My name is Michael Cahill. I am 37 and I am a male.
Thank you, Michael. I've recorded your information. Michael Cahill, 37, male. Now, could you let me know if
Hola.
your needs any items
I don't speak English. Hola, I don't speak English. Can you ask that again in Spanish?
Hola, Michael. Gracias por tu paciencia. ¿Podrías indicarme?
And so you get the sense of what's going on there. Now, I haven't been able to really test this part yet. Let's see. Yeah. So one bug I'm trying to work out is after even that much of an interaction, it should have pre-populated this form fields with the information I gave it. But to show you another example would be just recording a conversation. So for this one, it's just going to leave an open line and take some of the conversation. So I'm going to turn it around and interview John here, and we'll take it from there. So here we go.
You want me to respond in Spanish?
Whatever you want to respond in.
Lo siento, pero no hablo español, solo inglés, señor Cahill.
So what is your first name as head of household?
John.
And last name?
Span.
And age, gender, and one item that you would like, or gift you would like.
I am 37 years old. I am a male, and I would really like a 300 Win Mag with a suppressor on it.
Excellent. Now let's see how it did with our conversation so far. Processing and extracting the fields. And here we got John Span, age 37, male, gift, 300 Win Mag.
Stop it. That is really
expression.
cool.
And so you, as a volunteer, they can come in here and edit some things out. Really, these audio things are just to show you what's possible and what's coming and what's getting better and better. But as far as like everyday use, like the upload form is like super fast. And so all this information should be passed into our matching system next. And from there, all the matches can happen. So thank you.
So once again, going back from a translation standpoint, right? Let's say that you speak English and I speak Spanish. Can it do that live for us?
Yeah, for both the recording and the start voice intake, we saw the bug in there, so we'll leave that one alone for right now. But for the recording, if there's anybody that speaks Spanish and wants to come up, we can.
Yeah, do we have any native Spanish
Yeah,
speakers?
we can try it out.
Come on down. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's grab another mic. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, Diego. So we're just gonna do like tap to recording. These are some of the fields that's looking for to answer, and if you can just kind of answer these, talking through maybe just like this first portion and maybe like a first child, and we'll see what it collects and processes.
Okay, so you want me to ask it the first?
Or yeah, you don't have to ask it anything right now. Just saying like all of this in Spanish, like answering this form.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Let's try it.
Bueno, como responder a este papel, bueno, bueno, ¿quién es el padre de la familia? ¿Qué es el nombre primero? ¿Qué es su prenombre? ¿Qué edad tiene? ¿Qué sexo es? ¿Hay nota que debemos saber?
That was just for the first section.
Great. Let's see.
I'm so excited about this.
What we
This is so
get.
neat today.
So another bug I gotta figure out, but didn't pick it up. So I'll go back and try it again, and then. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I wanna.
Oh, awesome.
Sorry about that.
Oh, okay.
Hola, me llamo Isabel Vera, tengo 29 años. Yo quisiera unas sábanas que son talla king y también quisiera unas toallas. Y yo prefiero comprar el mercado en Walmart. Gracias.
Please. I got 28. That's it.
Did it work?
It's in Walmart. I just didn't get the name.
Didn't get anything else.
Yeah. So I'll go back in and I'll work with the voice to make sure it's better.
So yeah, so what do you think? What do you think the issue was? What's the bug? I mean, I think it's super
I
cool
think
to
the
pick up
bug
anything.
right now is so it's a integration with 11 Labs, and I know for the recording part, I don't think it's quite told to pick it up in Spanish and English. So I just got to go make sure and that config is there to make sure that it's listening for Spanish as well.
That's phenomenal. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. That's a lot of fun. All right, so I think at this time, are we going over to Q&A? Is that the idea? All right, guys, we're going to do a real quick Q&A. Claire and Chris, if you are down there in the crowd and you don't have a microphone, please take one. I think I owe Chris a microphone, wherever Chris is. But what we're going to be doing right now is anybody here can ask anybody here any question, right? So it doesn't just have to be one of these guys up here at the tables. It can be somebody from another table down there. If you're a builder up here on the stage and you have a question for somebody down in the audience, we can do that too. So if anybody has any questions right now about anything in the AI world, anything about this build in particular, anything else, please raise your hand. Chris or Claire will find you and will connect you with whoever can answer that question. It will not be me. There's got to be somebody out there.
Check. Do we have any questions in the room for anyone? Anyone?
And Claire and Chris, feel free to just let them know.
Claire's over there as well. We've got the builders up here. Oh, we've got a question from here from Jocelyn. Zooming in.
On Christ the King's website for adoptive family, there's this form, and so I was just wondering if they're including like considering the elders who are not great with technology. It looks like on the website this piece of paper, like they would have to cut in. So anything to help with modernizing and go from not using this.
It's a good question. We're going to turn it over to our founder if he's got a second. Michael Lyons, if we could lean in, or one of the folks over there by Claire. Let's zoom in over there.
Can you summarize the question one more time?
On Christ the King's website, there's a general flyer for adoptive family. It looks like it's the Christmas Connections, and so it has this like physical cut off.
So what do you want to do with it?
How to modernize it for the elders too, and move away from
modernize the cutoff form.
Oh yes, so that's actually how we started 19 years ago, is that we would stand with our kids, well actually prior to kids, after Mass, and people would fill it out in person in the cutoff sheet. So we just have it on there. Nothing is done with that anymore. Actually, what Charlotte is working on right now is it's all digital, which is, if you go back to that website, there's a click to or register to donate or sponsor. And you'll see what we've done probably in the last 8 years, but now Charlotte's is much more refined and is actually handling a lot of our issues from the front end, so that it trickles down and just a little bit more efficient for the matchmaking. So we do not use that. We're not that old school.
All right, that's fantastic. Chris, do you have a question over there?
Not yet. We're working on. Anybody got some questions over here?
I actually have a big picture question while everybody's thinking about it, and it's for anybody on the stage who wants to answer it. I'm really curious about, I mean, we've been at this now, it's about 3:30, so 4 hours or so now. Is anybody up on the stage willing to share what they think their biggest success has been, sort of their biggest breakthrough over the course of the last 4 hours or so that we've been at this? Anybody on stage want to share something that they've, that's just been a big, remarkable thing? As I'm learning this, I'm not even sure if I have the language to describe what I'm looking for, but what has been an aha, we finally did the thing, finally broke through with X, Y, or Z moment? Anybody? What you got?
I haven't had to write a single line of code, okay? I don't do coding much at all. I'm a business development guy. And seeing these tools and being able to like sit here and brainstorm, because we spent most of the front half of this doing a lot of just talking, using pen and paper. Foreign concept, I know. But it's been cool because so much of this has been spent brainstorming, just ideating, coming up with, well, what do we feel like this should look like? And then being able to just put in some pretty basic information, but first having that vision and then being able to very easily convey that through and see like, okay, well, we tried this thing and maybe that didn't work even with the no code, right? So we're like, okay, well, what do we need to change and adjust here? And using different tools and seeing how they complement one another, all this stuff being very accessible, like not really too hard to use with minimal coding knowledge. And it's like, no, this guy's got a little bit more background than I do, so I'm leaning on him a little bit. But nonetheless, it's cool because any person can just sit there and be like, I have this idea, I've spent a lot of time brainstorming it, I've written some thoughts down. This can give you a visual and you can start kind of playing around and using it and seeing what works and what doesn't. And I guess that's the biggest revelation of anything, because when we were doing these initial things, I was like, hey, like, do I need to know how to code? Because I don't know a ton about that. I've tried my best, but I'm all about talking to people. So can I do something here? And Michael was like, dude, yes, no problem. Like we've got the means, we've got the resources. So this is a big affirmation of that for those of y'all who are kind of learning about this or maybe aren't as code savvy as myself, or like myself aren't as code savvy. So that's my revelation for you.
No, that's fantastic. As somebody who doesn't know anything about coding, I don't know how to code, like how accessible this has been really eye-opening to me, right? The fact that, I've never done it, but I kind of feel confident that I could sit down. You see those commercials and stuff all the time that are build an app, build a website just by thinking about it. Here's how AI, and it's fascinating. There's still an intimidation factor for me, but just walking up here and walking behind these computer screens all day, yeah, it's a lot more accessible than I thought it was. Thank you so much. Anybody out here have anything else that they want to share? In a minute, we're going to go through and we're going to do demos starting on the far left of the stage, working our way all the way over here. But anybody else have any big breakthroughs, or on the other hand, right, anybody else have any big issues that they are still working on, that they haven't been able to find a workaround? Super interested in hearing that from anybody else before we start demos. All right, I don't think so.
John Henry, I've got one more question if you've got time.
Oh, good. We got a question?
Just right over here. Yeah, we've got John B. He's got a question. John, go ahead.
I have a question for Coach, Mr. Tom.
Coach.
Over there.
You got a personal question, Coach?
I got a question for you.
Maybe it's not a personal question. It's a question to you. I don't think
Yes, whoever you are.
Yeah, it's John. So I know you have a background building companies. I know you're also cutting edge in terms of building a company using AI. My curiosity, if you could kind of synthesize how AI has expedited a lot of processes as you're building a business, and how today's panel is an example of how you can still leverage human capital and human ingenuity to maybe get to a solution faster or innovate quicker, or whatever you would say is the biggest advantages of the new technology.
Thanks for a great, easy to answer question, John. I appreciate that. I think there was 7 parts in that question. I'll simplify it to 2 parts. There's the people side and there's the technology side. What's new is the technology side. What's wonderfully consistent is the people side. So let me elaborate. If we can organize a team like this for a good cause that motivates us to do good and serve others, be Christ's hands and feet, we can accomplish great things as a team. And that's been true for millennia. What's different is we now have the ability to write technology and tools and code like this in an afternoon. So a motivated human team 1,000 years ago couldn't do very much in an afternoon. But a motivated human team with these tools in an afternoon can do a lot. And it's only going to get faster, more powerful, stronger. And that's exciting. So my personal experience leading companies that are building these kind of AI tools is when we did it 20 years ago at a company I sold recently, it took a team of about 30 to build a great solution over the course of 2 years. Now, I'm fortunate to be working with another startup, and it's taking a much smaller team. We're doing it significantly faster, probably 30 times faster. But it's still people that are motivated to do good things and just using the tools that are allowing us to do so as fast as we can.
All right, thank you so much, Coach. At this point, I'm gonna hand the mic off to my friend, Mr. Cahill, who just did a wonderful demonstration, and we're gonna pass it down. All we're asking for is everybody to give a real quick update. Here's what happened today, and share your screen. So if you've got a demo that we can actually put up here, let's please do that. And yeah, just give us an overview of how the day went and where you are now, and anything you want to show us.
Awesome.
And just pass it along afterwards.
Hang on 1 second. Let me get my screen share going. This one. Share. All right. Well, thank you guys so much, and thank you guys all for coming out. This has been a lot of fun and very honored to participate. in this event. So I talked a little bit about the audio stuff that I'm still working through, those bugs, especially with the translation piece. But the other part of it that did not demo yet is just the form upload. So this that you see right now is a sample form. Not everything is filled out, but that's the form that I'm going to take here in a moment and place into my upload. So I think this is like, especially for time's sake goes, one of the most time efficient ways to get data from these manual sources into the system so these families are good to go. And so it filled out the form, have some good stuff going on here. Actually, it looks that like I think everything is filled out for it. So let's see, hit submit. Nope, I am missing the pickup location. So as the Catholic Charities volunteer, I would know like which pickup location to place this family on. Hit submit, and now it's good to go. It's in the system. It should be populated on this list right here, so I can go back in and look at it. This listing has where if there's any in progress that has missing information, it's just going to sit here until we get that information ready to go. And so at this point, it would go skip over Charlotte and go to what Tom's been working on, so he can talk where the data goes from there. But I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to Charlotte to talk about the volunteer piece.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Michael.
All right, let me just share my screen.
Charlotte, who's been the most enthusiastic, and I appreciate it. Lots of high fives and oh darns and whatevers. And yeah, it was nice. It was nice to check in. She's like, the school where I work has a couple of basketball players, and you can always see exactly their emotion on their face. I think it's a benefit, right? But you've got one of those faces.
I don't know, hopefully not, because I'm also a professor, so I hope they can't see my reactions. I'm more of a poker face than that. But essentially the piece that I was working on is the intake form for the sponsors. So essentially if somebody wants to participate and adopt a family in some way, they need to fill out this form that can indicate like how they want to participate and also their information, so we can contact them again and keep them updated about where they are in the match process. So for this form, essentially we capture, and I'll type this in so we can see what happens. First name, last name, these are all like validated, so you have to enter numbers, enter the words properly. All right. Sorry, hang on, give me a second. But one of the issues that we ran into with the form and how it was previously set up is that sometimes people want to participate in multiple ways, or sometimes people want to adopt multiple families. And so practically that kind of creates an issue on the back end when you get all the information from this form in like a data file or an Excel or something like that. It makes it unclear if it's like a duplicate, and that's a real duplicate, or if that's somebody who's like, no, I want to sponsor two different families. And so essentially here they can indicate how they want to participate. So you can adopt a family, indicate the size of the family that you want to buy gifts for. There's also the option of donating a dollar amount, so somebody will go and buy the gifts on your behalf and get them delivered to the family. And then you can also sponsor a truck, which basically helps pay for the delivery of the gifts to the families that you're matched with. And so you can do any one of these options, you can do all three of these options, and if you're really, really generous, you can also adopt a second family, and you can also indicate that information as well. There are some limitations that people can indicate, like if they can't transport a bike and they're planning on bringing these gifts to the donation site themselves, and also if they have like preferences for families with small children or something like that. But essentially after this, they submit the application and they get a little celebration field that tells them what's going to happen next. And they can create an account if they want to, so they can track where they are in the matching process and follow up with the process of where their donation is and if the gifts have been like received by the family yet or not. And so essentially the output from this form then gets transferred to the matching process where it's kind of met with the data from the first step.
Awesome. Coach Tom, who's been our go-to what the heck is going on guy throughout this whole process. Thank you, Coach.
I get to sit in between brilliant folks, so this is a great spot. So I am trying to share my screen. Are you guys seeing my screen called the matching console?
Yes, sir.
Great. So you saw some earlier versions of this. Since you last saw it, there's quite a few new features in it. But basically, after we have our family signed up by Michael and our sponsors signed up by Charlotte, my job is to get them matched. And what we have a list of is the families on the left that have not yet been matched and the sponsors on the right who have not yet been matched. And it's real easy for a volunteer to say, okay, this family with 2 adults and 1 child is matched to this family sponsor who wants to buy gifts for a family their size, and I can just click match.
Awesome.
And it shows at the bottom of the screen, I now have 1 matched pair. So I was speaking with, is it Isabella, our nonprofit leader? And she said this step is actually fairly easy. It's Charlotte's step that's really valuable so that the sponsors can say, you know, I would like to make a donation to a family like this, maybe with young girls. Or I don't want to provide presents, I want to make a monetary donation. Or I have a truck and I can help move the gifts around. So we're starting to experiment with ways we can improve the matching quality. One thing we did is this big button in the upper right-hand corner that says Suggest Matches. And this is where the computer actually is going to go through the list of all the unmatched families and all the unmatched sponsors and optimally match it.
And that's AI powered as well.
It's actually deterministically, mathematically optimized.
Oh, okay, cool.
We could have used AI, but this was a case where I think another technology was better.
Sure.
And long story short, what it's done is it's given me all of its suggested matches, so I don't have to do them manually. And this is where we could start to be very prescriptive in matching, you know, a family with daughters to a sponsor that wants to buy for girls.
Sure.
But long story short, when the computer's matched, I can view each of these individually. I can either decline them or accept them. And if I accept them, I'm done. We now have all of the families matched to sponsors as optimally as we could, and we hand it off to Jake and Raina, who take care of the next important step.
Awesome. Jake and Raina, what's going on?
So I'm going to show how it was done manually. So Isabel had created for 750 it was families, but sponsors, depending on how many sponsors they had. She had to do 1-by-1 emails to the sponsor family, which included instructions for packing, and items need to be new items, not used unless it's a large item. So a lot of detail that she had to be sure was included in the email, including the wish list for the family. And this is how we automated it.
Yeah, so as Raina was mentioning, one of the big pain points is sending a lot of emails. And
sure.
So we wanted to automate a big part of that. So after Tom's match is completed, that essentially is going to trigger an event, which I'll show you here, which will then trigger an email to the sponsor, letting them know that they've been matched to a family and that they can start to fulfill the wish list. I'll simulate that here by creating a match. So I'll just do myself as a sponsor. I'll match myself to the Garcia family. I'll actually do 2 families. I'll say maybe I wanted to sponsor multiple families, so I'll sponsor dismiss. So we'll come over to my email here and say you've been matched with the Smith family for this year's Adopt a Family. So what's next? Log into to view the family's wish list and sizes, purchase gifts, wrap, and schedule the adoption. So they would then come back to, so they would then log in where they submitted their initial information. So they would, yeah, that'd be great.
And this is all automated, right? There's no, all of a sudden Isabella's no longer sending 750 emails.
So they would log in here. They then see, oh, okay, here are my 2 families. They're currently in the shopping status, so I'll fulfill a wish for the Garcia family. Here, you can see there's a workflow of multiple steps. So this is the first step. So they would review the wish list. So each child has their wish list, that same information that got collected.
in Michael's flow would flow through in here. They'd indicate which ones they would purchase. So here, they'd then have a ability to upload photos to demonstrate that they've got the gifts. So I just had a photo of my water bottle here to demo here. And then it also place to indicate the total amount that they spent. So this is important for the tax receipt. So let's say it was $175. So next, they go through, and then here are the wrapping instructions. So here's what the next thing they need to do. So they need to wrap it individually, clearly label them, what to do with gift cards, the bike, etc. So basically, again, taking all of those paper PDF forms, turning it into a workflow. One of the big concerns was, if you purchase a bike, keeping the kids safe. Like if you purchase a bike and not a helmet, then the family has to buy the helmet. So we added a little pop-up here to
that's awesome.
Say, okay, you need yes, I included the helmets. So after that, next we're on to the labeling part. So a key part of it is making sure that the packages are labeled, the boxes are labeled with the right things. It's important for when they're dropped off, knowing which trucks to load them into, where to send them. So we've got a label generation. What we didn't get to, what we'd like to do as kind of a follow-up is have like QR codes here that could then be scanned, and that could facilitate with the box tracking. So when you deliver it, you can scan the QR code, that could check it in. When you deliver the family, that would also, so that's kind of a post-MVP feature that we didn't get to, but that would be pretty cool. But you can button the print here, they could cut it out and tape it onto the box. Next up is the drop-off. So the details about the drop-off location, which is not in Illinois, we didn't get the actual data, but there'd be the time slots. They'd select that. Okay, I'm going to confirm that I drop off there. Then this kicks off the donation receipt email. So again, that's something you could extend to after delivery. So maybe when they check in the boxes, then the receipt. Since we didn't have that moment, we decided to automatically kick it off here. But back into my email, you can see here you got a donation receipt, the items donated, the amount, again, saving the time on the donation.
That's awesome. Yeah. This is the workflow process of this. It's amazing, especially finding out that Isabella's been doing all of this by herself via email. Yeah, it seems like a huge time saver. What about you, Patrick and Josh T? What have you guys got going on? Where'd you land?
Pardon?
I said, where'd you land? Just 30 seconds.
So let me see if I can't share this with you guys. We still doing screen share right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, cool. All right. Are you guys seeing this? Cool.
Yeah, that's amazing. The coordinator dashboard?
The coordinator dashboard that we were building out, Josh T and myself. And this is essentially the home base that Isabel would be living out of to track the status of all of the applications submitted, all of that matching logic that everyone was talking about. And so basically, we've built this with clickable tiles that then filter to only show that particular disposition. So if we go in here, for starters, it shows a distribution of total families and where they fall in the process. This is more of a final stage kind of which families have we received. Notice that they've received their packet, and then has all of the families, involved in their ministry. But basically, these tiles at every stage are clickable and will then produce a more specific readout depending on what stage of the process that Isabel is looking to carry out. So if she were coming in and, there were families that still hadn't been matched with sponsors, she could clearly click between each of the tiles to kind of understand where those families fall, and how to then facilitate, manual matching if, for whatever reason, the automation didn't carry through or more steps needed to be carried out.
I would assume that's a heck of a lot easier than balancing 750 emails going different directions. Yeah, that's awesome.
So yeah, that's high level. There's definitely a lot of kinks that we still have to work out. And again, this is kind of like the repository of every other input that is being fed to the tool. So if there's anything else you guys want us to walk through, more than happy.
No, I love it. I'm curious about what our second Patrick and Rylan and Hope, what that team has got going on. That's amazing.
Hello. I think we need to stream on Zoom first.
Yeah, if you guys could screen share. By the way, big shout out to the white lab coat that you've been rocking the entire day. It's a good look. I think we should have gotten them all you guys in lab coats personally.
Honestly, I think we can get that. Maybe a sponsorship for lab coats.
100%. I'll talk to City on Purpose.
I don't
know a
see
guy.
why not. You know, makes us look official.
Little branding, little Iron Man, Build with Christ. Yeah.
Some
on the lab
monogramming.
coat. Yeah, I think
would
so.
love some of that. And a pocket protector.
100%. Obviously, round glasses.
Pens.
Kill it.
Propeller hat. Let's get it all.
Oh, I thought we just had a long talk about how you weren't writing any code over there. This looks very Cody to me. Yeah, very Cody.
Yes, we are about to share our screen. And then, yeah. All right. Let us start from the beginning. So, as we kind of navigate through this, the general thought process, especially after talking to the adoptive family folks, wonderful conversations. It was great to be able to get a deeper understanding of kind of what are the pain points and what are some of the things we can address. From what they told us, two really big points were basically being able to manage all the current folks that they're working with, and then also being able to reach out to a lot of those folks in a way that's consistent.
Right.
It's always a hassle, right? Having to always think about an email you got to draft up. So we kind of went through a process of making it to where you could, first of all, have an initial dashboard, which is what we're looking at here, showing some of the goals that we're working towards, some of the things that are in progress. But they talked about a couple different things. One being you've got fundraisers and you've got people who are kind of in this space that are only just contributing funds. You've also got people who are doing sponsorships or partnerships. So that's kind of the areas that we focused on there. As we're kind of looking through this, this is our kind of the initial kind of dashboard was there, and then we've got our partners page, which shows the different partners that we're working with. Let's say it's the organization's New Hope Community Church. They've committed to 45 families. We've got some contacts to reach out to. And what's great within this is we can put them into what is called essentially like a sequence or like an emailing setup, where from there we can actually manage the communication with that primary contact to say like, hey, we know you guys committed to 45 families. We see you're making progress towards that goal. Anything we can do to help out? Or if this is somebody we've not even reached out to before, this is like hey, I just met this person at After Mass, for example. They work for Verizon and they were interested in maybe having their sales team sponsor. We can then say, hey, we're going to send them this introductory email. We get them enrolled in this sequence, and then they can get some more information. And that's where you get to that new kind of business development part.
Sure.
So that's one of the next bits in that campaigns where we have those kind of emails and we see the progress as we move through that. Then we have a calendar set up to where basically within that calendar, it'll show you certain dates for when things can be sent. So let's say on Friday the 6th, we're going to send that intro email. 5 days later, we're going to do a follow-up. And then after that, we might have a phone call, right? So you get to see that populated on that calendar. And then finally down there at the very bottom, we've got our resources. So this is where we house all the email templates. And that was actually one of a few things on our deliverables was having a fundraising goal tracker, having email templates and scripts for corporate, also for partnerships in general, like parishes and sports teams, individuals who are other kind of partnerships. We have all of those templates there. We've got call scripts, and we've also got text as well as assets. For example, if you've got logos, monograms, and then one of the other deliverables was having those partnership agreements. So we've got partnership agreements set up for corporate, for general partnership, and then for donors. So all of that can be handled in here and populated in that resources
This is amazing.
tab.
I have run a small business, and the amount of money I paid to do exactly what y'all have done this morning is mind-blowing to me, right? To have emails managed and the hubs and the whatever, and I don't know, I'm kind of kicking myself right now. Maybe we should all sit down and have a beer after this, because this is cool stuff
You
that you've
know,
been able to do.
you could book a meeting with us anytime. We can put it on the calendar.
I love it.
Maybe we'll send you an intro email.
An automated intro email. I dig it.
But yes, Patrick, anything to add?
Corrected me. I had it incorrect. But so we can go through here, and also when speaking with them, they mentioned bikes being an issue and families that can provide bikes or not. So we included that in here as well, because I asked her specifically. I was like, "What was something you would want to see?" You know, and that was something they'd want to see. But so we can go in and we see, you know, families needing adoption, and again, I've got dummy data in here. But so, like, for instance, out of all the locations, this would be the unmatched small, unmatched medium, unmatched large. And then we could see, you know, the different families by location, unmatched by size in these buckets. And then we also have another dashboard here where we can see the sponsors, which I'm also working on because I'm having some errors. I've got to go in and clean the data. It shows like it's good down here, but I've got to make it reflect in the data. So eventually we'll be able to see how many sponsors want small, how many sponsors want medium, and then be able to filter by that. And then lastly, they had something called exceptions, which were families that didn't meet the typical criteria. And so we also have a dashboard here where they can see all of those families and, I mean, working through bugs there as well. But the goal is to have this be able to be accurate and usable, right? But so that's kind of what I've been working on.
Dude, this is so neat to me. This is user friendly, and as once again the resident not tech guy. I guess we're both resident non-tech guys on either side of Chris, our tech guy. But this is amazing. Unfortunately, I've just been told that we are over time. Can we have a big round of applause for all of our builders today? And I want to kick it over to our fearless leader, Michael Lyons, to close us out. Ow!
Thank you. Michael, if you can put up the thank you slide, that would be great, because there are so many people who helped us with this event. I can't name all of them, but I definitely want to say a big thank you to Adopt a Family for saying yes to being our guinea pig.
Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah, like very teary because of what this means for the greater Atlanta community, and maybe even to other communities around the United States. But, you know, I think there are a lot of people who want to do good and have the means to do good, and I just feel like this just propels us into like another stratosphere. So I commend you on being here and again utilizing your God-given talents to make a really big impact. So thank you.
I'd just like to say, like anything else, AI and all technology, there's a lot being said in the world, but like anything else, it can be good and it can be bad. So I'm just really proud of this group to show an example of how we as Christians can actually direct that conversation and set an example, because we shouldn't just sit back and accept however it's being given to us, but instead help to inform that social contract is eventually coming. So thank you to everyone who helped this event happen. Thank you to the sponsors that are up on here. If we go to the people on the next one, we have many different groups, but off the head we have our amazing hosts who came in from hunting turkeys to Florida to Maryland and East Coast. We have our participants who all said yes, and they came in wholeheartedly, helping to build. We have 13, 14, 15 participants up there. Then we have our coaches at the coaching tables. All of you said yes to the first event. To my loving wife and child who have not seen me for about 2 to 3 weeks because of all the work that went into all of this. And thank you for showing up. Have I missed anyone? Thank you to the crew who here at Phase. They made this room possible. They discounted a whole bunch of things because they saw the good cause and really wanted to help. So thanks to the whole team there. Thanks to our special guests, Michelle, Ben, and Richard, and volunteers with the babysitting and wildcard volunteer event. And who else am I missing here? All of our producers who are making all of the lights and everything behind the scenes happen. So thank you, everyone. And then the other call out, if we can go to the QR codes, just so you know, if anyone wants to keep getting involved, we have different ways. If you want to get involved in the community, create an account. If you want to host one of these locally, you know, a little TEDx, but Build with Christ X style here, or Kansas City, or who knows. Happy to help facilitate that, because we just want more of this to happen, to help more nonprofits inspire more people, and hopefully use the platform that we're started to be able to highlight those. So here are the different aspects of how you can get involved. Do that. And then last is, after this, if you want to keep going with some of the fun, we have a happy hour that's just 2 miles down the street. So it's just a couple minutes down the street, have some drinks, socialize, and we'd love to have you. So thank you.